Boys and girls, welcome in, good morning. It's a Monday, I'm late, I know, I'm late. Alrighty, we will have no technical issues. I guarantee absolutely no technical issues. I did the stupendously stupid thing of updating my OBS about 3 minutes before I decided to press the go live button. So yeah, that caused problems, because then I was like, oh, okay, boop, and my Stream Deck doesn't work. Why doesn't my Stream Deck work? It all went horribly wrong. Right, let's slow the tunes down just a touch. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Are we good? Do we have a good weekend? Sun is out. Even though winter has turned on again, the sun is out, so I'm happy. I've had my coffee, or still drinking the coffee. But I hope everybody had a good weekend. Interesting week this week. We're going to have a pirate patch. The bean rewards are gone. I have had to put those on hold since I've had some computer-related issues, which I suspect they were partially the cause of. So yeah, unfortunately I'm going to have to figure out something slightly less CPU intensive, as my computer was slowly dying. If I still have computer problems, even with them off, then we can turn them back on and it's something else. But yeah, no cam filters today, unfortunately. Cam filters are off until further notice, until I can make sure my PC is stable. It's been randomly crashing, and I don't like that, because troubleshooting stuff is not fun. But anyway, we got some stuff to look at today. Pirate patch right round the corner. We got the WoW economy report to have a little bit of a look at, and there's been some interesting articles popping up. One of which that I want to take a little bit of a look at later. Releasing Battle Pet doesn't take much. Shush, lies. Relax. First thing, let's make sure we've got our auctions listed, because if we don't list stuff, we don't sell stuff, do we? That's the rule. I almost have a bit of an inkling to do some leveling as well. I didn't get much time to play video games over the weekend. Yet one thing I did do was jump on and I just did a couple of follower dungeons. And they were surprisingly not terrible. I took a level 60 hunter just to have a little bit of a play with some follower dungeons, just to see, because they've made some tweaks to the EXP in them, I think. They've made some tweaks to the experience. Practically now, follower dungeons are a carbon copy of normal dungeons. They used to be heavily reduced in experience. They've reverted that change. Now, the only downside is that they're probably a lot slower than if you were to jump into a group. But with the upside clearly being that it's a DPS character, boom, you're straight in. There's no 10, 15 minute wait on a queue. So being able to just consistently, but slowly but surely work your way through the dungeon, it actually feels. Now, I know time walking's on at the moment, so excluding time walking, because time walking is clearly still better, right? Time walking is clearly still better for leveling. But for as and when time walking isn't a thing, if you want to get some 60 to 70 action on the go, follower dungeons is pretty casual, pretty chill, for sure. If you list stuff on my servers, you just lose money. Yeah, probably the case. My worry about that is not very. Wow, somebody did a reset on Netherweave cloth. Lol. Did I sell Netherweave cloth for more than a gold a piece? How's that possible? 3,763 Netherweave cloth I sold. There is no way Netherweave cloth is meant to be worth more than a gold a piece. It's not. What? Hang on. Please hold. Revenue. Netherweave cloth. Netherweave cloth is 9 silver a piece under normal circumstances. How did I sell nearly 4,000 of it at 1 gold a piece? Did somebody try and reset netherweave cloth? Hello? Sure. Look at some of the stats on my... I really need to look at the option of deleting my history. I've now got TSM data that's nearly 1,300 days old. 1,300 days old. How many years is that? Lord. Oh, look, somebody that wants a ban first thing this morning. What is 1,275 days in actual years? 1,275 divided by 365. Okay, it's still less than 4 years. So that's probably from... Okay, well, this is going to be from when I last nuked my TSM data then, isn't it? Which was at the beginning of Shadowlands. Well, there we go. Now we know. But okay, ever since that period in time, netherweave cloth has been mostly vendored because putting it on the auction house is dumb, until recently where people clearly are attempting to reset the market on netherweave cloth. Okay, I need to see this a little bit closer. Another scenario I never expected to be doing these things. Netherweave cloth. Yep, back down to 9 silver apiece. What? What? Doesn't make any sense. Maybe somebody and magically 100,000 of it appeared. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is why you don't reset markets with the region-wide auction house. This is why you do not do it. I was pleasantly surprised. Made a panda chamois. It did some mining and herbalism in being BFA, and the stuff sold. Oh yeah, materials will sell. Materials just disappear. They'll sell. There's no problem about them selling. Selling them at the right price, though, is a different story. I don't necessarily actually even know why the hell was I posting them at that price in the first place? What kind of loopy-doopy shenanigans have I got my operations set up to be so that they even listed at 1 gold a piece in the first place? Should we find out? What's the operation on this? Old materials operation. What does it even do? Oh dear, it must be a smart average buy thing. Had I... Oh, I randomly have a smart average buy price of 87 silver. Well, that's why they were being listed at 1 gold apiece then. I don't think that's strictly true, though. When did I buy nearly 10,000 netherweave cloth? And why the hell would I have done it? I don't know. Sure, whatever. A sale is a sale. A sale's a sale. As it turns out, I'm clearly early. Nothing's expired yet. So actually, maybe we don't have much to do on the auction house this morning, which is good. I can live with that. Maybe we can get straight onto the spicy stuff then. Should we dive straight into the WoW economy report for the week? I don't think there's too much to it this week. Poor Samadan. I feel he's probably struggling for ideas with this weekly report, since he's predominantly taking inspiration, I feel, from the WoW economy subreddit, which is a graveyard right now. So I do worry that there's probably not too much going on there. But we can have a little bit of a look either way. Let's turn down the tunes just for a second while we have a little bit of a look at this. There we go. Team YouTube doesn't have the tunes anyway. Number 319. Getting quite a few of these then. What have we got to have a little bit of a look at then? Table of contents. Is botting ruining the economy? Yes. Close article. Okay, don't forget some disenchant searches. TSM in Retail in Classic. Fishing in Wrath of the Lich King. And then, of course, the usual further reading. Okay, an interesting thread appeared over on the forums at r/worldpvp about recent development of using AI to read the screen and provide automatic feedback. Oh, yeah. I've seen this. I don't think we've got too much to worry about this just yet, but it is a hypothetical long-term problem. But it's a hypothetical long-term problem, not just for the purpose of the economy in World of Warcraft, but for gaming in general. I don't necessarily know how game devs are going to counteract something like this. But without taking a look at the actual research paper from Google, what it practically is that AI will be able to read the screen and replicate whatever it wants to do by just seeing what is going on your screen. Basically, copying your eyes and copying your movements and actions thereof, and doing it in AI. Meaning, if it can replicate keystrokes, if it can move freely within a 3D environment just by what it can see, proves to be a little problematic for the gaming industry. On the basis of then, how do you track that? Well, in theory, you're going to need to track whatever is the software that is doing that, just like it would, just how things like Warden would track software running on your computer now. There's significant problems that you can have, like kernel level software running on your PC. A little bit risky, I think most would agree. But yeah, I don't think this is necessarily just an economy issue. I think it's more a gaming issue as a whole. But luckily, I don't think the tech is really there yet. It's not just the economy and gaming I'm worried about. It's my job I'm worried about now. There's no denying AI is getting clever. It's getting clever, and I think without getting too deep on a Monday morning about AI in general, my take is that there probably needs to be some forward thinking with AI and trying to catch the problem before it becomes the problem. Because once the problem is already a problem, it's significantly more difficult and time consuming to then legislate what's already happened. It's much easier to stop something happening before it happens than it is to undo what's already happened, if you know what I mean. And AI is very clever, but it's getting remarkably clever a little bit too quickly, and I think we need to, discussions need to be had about at what point do we say, right, this is the threshold of what we want AI to be able to do. We can have it get as good as it needs to be up until that point, but if it crosses this threshold, then we need to push back on it and say, well, actually, no, that we don't need AI doing that, because it starts to have more negative effects than it does positive effects. As far as the gaming industry is concerned, if you start having software that can practically replicate human actions via AI, so in essence, this is one step above a bot, right? Because bots are just programmed to do shit, and they just repeat it over and over again. Go to this location, then go to this location. In the very, very early days of bots, you actually had to say, right, walk forward 5 paces, then turn 90 degrees, then walk forward 5 paces. You had to literally write every line of code to tell the thing what to do. They've developed over the years the ability to navigate within a 3D environment, so you can just say, like, go here and then go here. They can sort of figure that shit out themselves nowadays. But the concept is still pretty straightforward, Run stockades, kill this boss, this boss, this boss in stockades, then run out, run to vendor full everything in your inventory, and rinse and repeat. It's the bots are more advanced than what they used to be. But if you could then just if you could take it one step higher in terms of telling AI to do it, the advantage of telling AI to do it rather than saying run stockades, vendor everything, rinse and repeat, would be that there would in theory be variables to how the AI goes about achieving it. And it's that added level of variancy that makes it significantly more difficult to track. Bots are pretty easy to spot in World of Warcraft because you'll just see a train of usually mages or hunters doing exactly the same thing, right? Classic has showed us that you'll just see a train of clearly bots all doing the exact same thing because they're all following the exact same script. If you're telling AI to do it, there should be some variancy so that it looks more natural. It's obviously going to be quite obvious to the trained eye, but it looks more natural, and I think that's the direction it will go. And at some point, it will be a problem. Luckily, I don't think it's a problem yet, though. Now, of course, botting's always been prevalent in I can't say that word. In games like World of Warcraft, it's been there since the start. We now have features such as Comp Stomp and Follower Dungeons to help populate the game for solo players. This is by no means a bad thing for many, as it opens up different ways people can play the game. But how does it affect the economy? As an economy blog, this is the interesting part as to what we can expect and how does it affect the economy in the game. In many ways, developments of the above would largely make no difference due to what's been happening since the beginning. Bots were developed to make gold and sell it to other players. For the most part. It's always been one of the highest reasons for a bot to exist is to generate currency within the game without somebody actually having to generate that currency. But there's always been many, many other ways. Grinding experience, grinding honor. There have been vast other ways that bots have been considered useful. Gold was hard to come by and things like mounts were expensive. The only way to get gold consistently was farming herbs or dungeons, selling it to vendors or the auction house, thus to create money to pass on to the other players. Enter the bots, and off they went farming anything repetitive that could be done to generate gold, which the player then has a need for. Over the course of time, though, the game has evolved to reduce the easy, repetitive methods to get gold. Vendor prices on items have been reduced over time, especially any items that come from old dungeons. Vendor shuffles have been balanced with expensive vendor reagents, such as to make the cost of producing something more than what you could then vendor it for in nearly all cases. There's still a few outliers that exist in today's game, but most of them have been optimized out of the game. The region-wide auction house has also crashed the prices of commodities to the lowest common denominator. It has always been a balance of the flow of the money in versus the money out. This is something I try and harp on about frequently, that you can Blizzard doesn't really care so much about what goes on in the middle, what players are doing. They just care about how much gold is created, and they care about how much gold leaves the economy via vendors, via 5% auction house fee, via repair bills, via transmog costs, this sort of stuff. They care about what's going in and they care about what's going out, and as long as those numbers are somewhat equal, the spaghetti that happens in the middle, that is the economy, Blizzard tries to keep their hands off as much as possible. But anyway, what do players need gold for these days? It can be used to pay for game time. It can be used to buy BOEs. It can be used to pay for carries. It can be used for expensive items like the Brutosaur. Is this something we've always been used to? Oh, it is something we've always been used to with the economy and making use of those that farm the herbs and ore at rock bottom prices. What would happen, or how much does it already happen on the auction house? This is more of an issue in other areas of the game like PvP, question mark. I think it's pretty straightforward that it's a thing and it's a problem, honestly. It's already been ruined for the longest time, not just from bots, but also from the game design shifting, making tons of items lose a lot of their value. People rarely want to buy anything besides mats these days, and nearly every method of making gold that was simple and relaxed has been run into the ground. I honestly don't even know what could fix it at this point, outside of some kind of huge item sink or something. There's a few scenarios just like this nowadays where it's a problem for the players, but I don't think it's a problem for the developers. There's been quite many talks about stuff recently which frustrates the general player base, and when you when you look really closely at a problem, it's a bit difficult to see much further than directly what's in front of you. But if you take a step back and you look at things from a distance, you suddenly realize that these are problems to a handful of people, but they're A, not necessarily a problem to the lion's share of the player base. B, they're not really a problem for the developers or Blizzard's bottom line, meaning that they are very, very low priority fixes because they're only frustrating to a handful of people. I think this is the scenario we sit in with gold making nowadays. Not having enough gold to buy things in the game is such an insignificant problem to most players of the game that Blizzard have no desire to try and do anything to fix it. Second to that, by removing the easy ways, what did somebody say here? That nearly every method of making gold that was simple and relaxed. Blizzard don't want gold making to be simple or relaxed. They want the simple and relaxed way of gold making being you take your credit card out and you swipe. You take $20 and you take it from a player that's already done the hard work generating that gold in the game in the first place, with presumably a bit of Blizzard tax here, there, or, everywhere. It's not really a problem for Blizzard devs. It's not really a problem for most players. It's not really a problem for Blizzard's bottom line that the simple and easy ways of making gold have been removed. In fact, it's actually a benefit to them. And we saw this in Dragonflight. The reason they have removed a lot of the basic easy stuff and have not replaced it with anything is for that exact reason. It's not a problem for them. In fact, it's a plus. It's a positive as far as Blizzard are concerned, which is why I do not ever suspect it really changing. What do you think? Has the presence of bots impacted your gameplay? Do you think it will get worse with AI developments? I mean, yes, clearly, and mostly. In a lot of cases, I think there is almost going to be a bit of a harmony in the next few years with bots. Zin Power with the 26, my man. Thank you very much. Appreciate that Prime. Thank you very much for using your one and only Prime on me. Thank you. I think there's a bit of a harmony with the bots and Blizzard, truth be told. Because, like I said, the one significant thing that annoys people about bots is the fact that they generate gold and then people buy the gold. If Blizzard make gold something such as that, it's not really a concern for most people, or they train people to believe that it's not such a problem, then people start to slowly but surely ignore and forget that the bots exist. Because bots don't really have too much of a negative effect on players outside of that aspect. It's easy to point the finger. Bots make gold and they sell that gold to players who want to buy it. See, it's different. It's difficult, right? Because the classic landscape and the Season of Discovery landscape and the retail landscape are all very different. Bots are annoying in retail, but I don't really suspect nearly anybody in retail, in the grand scheme of things, if you take the pie chart of the full retail player base, there's probably a tiny little slither of people who are actually negatively affected by bots. And this is predominantly because if the rest of the players need gold, they have the token. If you're already paying $15 a month to play the game, if every couple of months you need to spend an extra 20 to get a token's worth of gold, so that you then have to never think about gold again until it runs out and you need to drop another 20, then that's what players are doing. The classic landscape is a little bit different. Classic landscape's a bit different. The Season of Discovery landscape is a little bit different. Season of Discovery, I think, is where the biggest problem lies, because there is no alternative. If you want gold, you have to go get it yourself. And so when you see bots mass farming materials, crashing the price of said materials, bots are in essence making it more difficult for the general player base to make the gold that they have no other choice but to do anyway. And so it's a significantly bigger problem. So yeah, the landscape is different, but the TLDR, yes, they're clearly a problem. Get rid of them. Job done. Let's move on. Lazy Goldmaker has been doing some shuffling by the sounds of things. TSM disenchant searches is an easy way to make some starting gold, especially in all forms of classic. Yeah, I'm not convinced this is really something that works particularly well in retail anymore. But I do suspect that the classic variations of the game, you can make a pretty penny if you've got an enchanter skilled up enough to do some disenchanting. Great thing about this is it doesn't take a great deal to get started, other than leveling up your enchanting skill to whatever level you need to be able to do the particular disenchants. Remember, this works on the law of averages. You won't always get the exact profit shown, but it will average out to be the amount over time. And the trick, more than anything else with these shuffles, is turnover. If you are going to buy some items to disenchant them, to get the disenchanting materials, and then sell the disenchanting materials, you want to complete the whole process from start to finish as fast as possible. Otherwise, the more time you let pass from when you first buy those items, the more time that passes, the riskier it gets, because the likelihood is the price of those materials may drop. And so if something does look to be profitable, you want to jump on it, do it nice and fast, get in and get out, per se. So this is why I always think that turnover is king. TSM in retail and classic then. Returning players familiar with gold making in the past may be wondering where Trade Skill Master fits into the gold making process and what the landscape of add-ons look like now. TLDR, TSM is alive and well. Presumably this is somebody that's joined back to the game after a long holiday, long vacation away, I would assume. Not trying to start a war, honest, legit question here. The Trade Skill Master website seems mostly empty of content. The add-on itself seems to have some serious issues with crafting, or even though auctioning works fine as far as I can tell. Please do not misunderstand. I'm not seeing the engagement and the enthusiasm from the community in general to what I used to. And I'm hearing a lot about tools like Craft Sim. In retail, Dragonfly, is TSM still the go-to auction add-on? I'm more than willing to accept that the problem is me. I haven't played it on... Oh, okay, so yeah, here we go. This is somebody that's come back to the game after an absence. And a lot has changed. I want to know if I should still be expanding my efforts, getting TSM to do what I want it to. For what it's worth, it's not necessarily about making a ton of money, although that would be nice. It's the process. The auction house is almost a mini game inside WoW, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. So this is clearly somebody that's just turned up recently and is like, oh, is TSM still a thing? It's still a thing. It's not the only thing anymore, though. It's a thing, but it's not the only thing. It's common perception, more related to how the landscape of gold making has shifted since Dragonflight. It's largely become a customer service model with work orders as opposed to a skill model with professions like it was previously. That's a good way of sort of focusing it, a good way of, categorizing how Dragonflight is now. My only slight take on this would be that it's more of a time-based thing, right? I mentioned this the other day. Farming used to be what you would do to invest a bunch of your time. There was no outlay. There was nothing you had to actually spend. You didn't have to risk any of your own gold. You go out, you farm some stuff, and then you sell it, right? It was pretty straightforward, pretty reliable, pretty low risk. Then you had crafting, which was significantly different in terms of the fact that crafting, you had to, from the very word go, risk a lot of your gold, right? You had to cover the cost of leveling that profession in the first place, which in many cases wasn't cheap. You had to then more often than not make sure you had the best recipes, and in many cases you might need to even purchase those because they could be drops from raids or rares or something. You also then had to cover the cost of materials, so you had significant outlay costs with crafting. But the flip side of it was that you could front load a lot of that effort, and once you'd done it once, you'd done it, right? It was an initial investment into the profession, but once you recuperated those costs, you were able to then repeat the same process and see a return on it. The problem is now that the time sink aspect is dominant in both landscapes, right? If you are farming, obviously you make as much gold as you spend time. But with crafting nowadays, with the way that Dragonflight seems to have structured things, it's kind of the same. That you are consistently having to spend large amounts of time leveling up your profession, as we have seen that there are often up to 6 months worth of daily quests you're going to need, weekly quests you're going to need to keep on top of with crafting to stay ahead of the game, which is kind of counteractive to how it used to be, which for me has made it so crafting in the current expansion is less lucrative than it probably ever has been. Tack on the region-wide auction house and how that integrates with it as well. It's two big significant changes in one go. But this is more about the add-ons anyway. TSM is still a thing, clearly, but yes, Craft Sim has come along and has offered the crafting side, right? It's now they sort of have almost found their paths, right? Craft Sim is very good at telling you what you should be crafting, and once you have crafted it, TSM is very good at then taking over and making sure that you can post it quickly and actually sell it, right? So the crafting side, Craft Sim does well. The auctioning side, TSM still does well. Whereas historically, TSM could do like all of it, and it was probably the best way to do all of it as well. That's kind of the way I look at it now. TSM is great for creating the crafting lists and posting large amounts of items on the auction house. It still works great for transmog and non-commodities, as well as being essential for all classic variations of play. That is true. There's a lot more to TSM as well as in terms of managing inventory, mailing between characters, which makes it very good at what it does. This is more apparent in Classic over Retail, as many of the gold-making methods, such as hoarding low-price commodities in a guild bank and gathering and price based on profit margins, is still very much viable compared to Retail. Can you tell Samadan doesn't really play Retail anymore? It's no surprise, really. So in summary, it's very much alive and still being developed on. The ways we make gold are changing, and it's a question of using the right tools for the job. Retail has the combination of craft sim and TSM, whereas classic, it's still very much TSM for the most part. Fishing for Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Often an overlooked profession is fishing, as it can be a chill way to make gold in both retail and classic. Honestly, the big reasons why fishing often gets overlooked is predominantly because it is another profession that's heavily dominated by bots. Fishing bots are probably some of the oldest bots ever, right? That's like some of the very, very first bots in the game were fishing bots. Why? Because it's about 3 lines of code, you know? Cast rod, click on it when it goes bob, right? It's rinse and repeat. Like, fishing bots have been in the game forever, and realistically only somebody that's got absolutely nothing else to do with their life ends up spending time fishing, I think. But I'm sure there's still some money to be made with fishing. It's, you know, it's in the same category as farming. The numbers just steadily go down the further an expansion goes on, really. Fishing and cooking are great secondary professions, and Wrath Classic has some daily quests to keep you working towards max level and some very useful rewards along the way, such as the weather-beaten fishing hat and even the chef's hat. And then we're on to the further reading. So yeah, TLDR from this one this week is bots be bad. Bots be bad, and AI bots are going to make the landscape even worse, but it's not really something we need to worry about too much for now. You can do some disenchanting. TSM even has a disenchanting search, which will allow you to search for green items or gear and weapons that can potentially be broken down at a profit. Lazy Goldmaker has a little video on that if you want to find out some more. Trade Skill Master is still a thing. As far as retail is concerned, you probably want to pair it up with Craft Sim as well. If you've got nothing better to do with your day, go do some fishing. GG. What are the comments? There can't be anything too much about this, right? Is botting ruining the economy? Yes. End article. GG. Is botting ruining the... Are we still asking this? Yes, of course it ruins the economy. Sure. Are we getting to the point now where we're recommending disenchanting auction house purchases as a means to making gold? I mean, this has literally been one of the staples forever, right? This is old as gold making gets, really. Even back way back when were people disenchanting. The skill aspect of this was understanding what certain items disenchant into. This was kind of the point of that. I suspect it's less about the fact that it's a thing, more about the nuances of the thing. Assuming you can find items that disenchant for more than their sale price, that amounts to very measly amounts of gold or even just silver per DE. That's not a viable gold making strategy at all. Well, if you get more out of it than you put into it in the first place, it's technically gold making. The time is something that should be considered there for sure. Also can't really support using TSM for much of anything anymore. Is it still being developed? I guess it is, perhaps. But is it really worth using an add-on that loves to constantly spam your screen with a giant block box demanding you report errors to TSM devs? No, it isn't, especially when you're in the middle of a key or arena and now half your screen is blocked by a box that's consistently spamming itself with no option to prevent it at all from popping up. Okay, somebody clearly doesn't like the error report box here. TSM is still a thing. TSM is still very useful for sure. What is this strange game you're playing today? This one that is often referred to as World of Warcraft? It's crazy, right? We're doing silly things, obviously. Somebody still has TSM task list open whilst they're doing keys. Yeah, clearly. Is botting ruining the economy? No. Are human beings who actually set up and use these bots ruining the economy? Yes. Don't blame the bots, blame the baddies who use them. Oh, God. God. I'm of the opinion, and I'm more so of this opinion as of recently, and I don't think it's that hot of a take particularly, but I think there is only one person worse than a bot, and that is the person that buys gold from those bots. I think if you are purchasing gold from third-party websites, you are worse than the bots themselves. Because predominantly the bots would have nobody to sell to if people stopped buying the gold. So if you are ever caught purchasing gold from a third-party site, I think you are problematic. More problematic. Now, obviously, retail and classic and season of discovery have different landscapes because, of course, in retail you can purchase gold directly from Blizzard via the token. Now, that's not necessarily going to neutralize bots particularly, but it's the legitimate way of doing something. Blizzard has decided that that's the legitimate way of doing something, and you know, the game's the game. But if you're buying gold on like season of discovery, if you're buying gold on classic from anybody other than Blizzard directly, you're just as much a part of the problem. So if your guildmates, if your Battle.net friends are buying gold on a regular basis, tell them to stop it, because they're just as much of the problem. At first glance, the idea will probably make people want to throw up, but I wonder if a tiered subscription model could help combat botting, where you pay for a daily playtime limit. This is the approach they take, or they took previously on the Chinese realms, I believe. If you want to play 14 hours a day, then you pay more money gold than somebody who only needs 2 hours a day. This would force the bots to all pay the maximum rate to be able to continue to farm. It means that the limit to what each account can contribute to the economy is balanced a bit more around what it costs the account holder. Like a human player could also farm for 12 hours and put the same amount of mats on the auction house in that time as a bot, but they probably won't, and instead can spend less on their subscription than the bots do. I don't know if bots play 24/7, but that would be an immediate tip-off that it's not a human. But realistically, no human needs a 24-hour a day subscription, except the occasional marathon sessions. I don't think there's anything worse than a pay-to-play. I cannot consider anything worse than that, honestly. This is an MMO. That would do nothing more than cause people to hyper-optimize. We already have a problem, right? That people won't do anything unless it's the most efficient way of doing something anyway. This is taking... I hate when opinions like this come out, and it's an opinion. I'm not saying it's inherently wrong, but it is bad. Simply because it's taking the emphasis away from Blizzard doing what Blizzard should do, which is remove the people who are breaking the rules of the game, the rules that they set. There are probably, dare I say it, games out there where botting is allowed. And on the premise that botting is allowed, people can openly utilize it to their advantage. I can't imagine there's many games out there, because automating anything in a video game sounds a bit weird. But I'm sure there are games out there. Blizzard made the rules that you are not allowed to automate your gameplay. Blizzard should also enforce those rules. It's not rocket science. Any solution that impacts the regular player, in my eyes, is not a solution. It's just not. You can tell that Blizzard play the cat and mouse game with the bots in many different ways. We saw in Dragonflight that we now have nodes. When you herb certain nodes, certain things happen which will forcibly move your character. And we now see dragon riding. These are things that are meant to both be gameplay for real players, but also double bubble bonus that they are going to frustrate bots, because anytime a bot is knocked off its path, it has to then get back on its path, and if it's just a basic dum-dum bot, it might not get back on the path, and it might get stuck, and it might not do what it's doing properly. You know, we see things like that. That's about the limit to where I want to see players themselves having to deal with anti-bot mechanics. If you convert the entire monetization of the game to a pay-to-play method, you might as well just turn the game off at that point. Like, if you are that would be Blizzard in essence saying, well, we don't want to do shit about this, you lot deal with it, right? Blizzard itself is the problem because they're farming the bots themselves for the subscription. If they were serious, they'd permaban the IP addresses when they catch a bot. There's lots of things that they could do and lots of things that they probably should do, and there's lots of things that they clearly don't do, but it's soon as the general player base is impacted in any way, shape or form, I tend to think that that's the wrong route to go. They already have analytics to track, so you can't possibly... Well, yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, do a slash played. Blizzard is keeping track of exactly how long you are playing the game on each character and what you're doing in the game. Blizzard already tracks all of the analytics for this. They can sift through analytics. You would probably be amazed the amount of data that Blizzard has on each of us behind the scenes about what we're doing and when we're doing it. Make creating WoW accounts require a real-life valid ID to make an account. No, that once again, this is something that's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's added friction. It's added friction for the regular legitimate player, which I don't agree with. But it's all that is it makes it more frustrating for the general players. And it's just going to be something that will be overcome by people who want to make 50 accounts a day anyway. You know, it's not something that's impossible to fix. But, you know, bots are Blizzard problem. The reality is if they don't fix it, in games like Season of Discovery, if they don't fix it, they'll just have to constantly hear about how the fact that bots are problematic. And worst comes to worst, people will vote with their wallets and they'll just stop playing. Pretty much. If it's too much work for the regular player, they'll just stop playing. It's really simple. Blizzard doesn't allow automation, so when a bot is spotted, they should be removed from the game. Anyway, that was this little report. There was something else I wanted to take a little bit of a look at before we actually get into the gameplay. And it's a concept that holiday rare drops are bad, and here's why. This popped up on Wowhead 9 hours ago, apparently. Maybe a little bit more than that, 10 hours ago now. And this has caused, I wouldn't say it's caused controversy, but a few people have chimed in on with their opinions on this, and I thought it would be worth going through as well. Now, be aware, this is very much an opinion piece. You may not share the same opinion, even though this is posted on Wowhead, which we considerably tend to think is news. We've obviously got to remember that most of the articles on Wowhead are somewhat, opinion-based. It's not strictly always factual information. So there are some opinions in this that you may disagree with. But the premise of this is that the holiday rare drops are not good. They're written by people. At least we hope they're written by people. Nowadays, that's not so much of a given. But they start off with Love is in the Air being the fourth holiday in Dragonflight to add a rare cosmetic drop. It's time to talk about rare holiday drops and why they aren't healthy for the game. Before looking into them, it's important to contextualize the most recent additions to this category. While the manuscripts are new to Dragonflight, they are, generally speaking, collectibles. Many players consider the manuscripts just another category of collectible alongside pets, mounts, achievements, etc. There is more to this aspect of the argument than this article actually dives into, but I'll share my opinion on this in a minute. Dragon riding manuscripts are pieces for dragon riding mounts. Dragon riding mounts are customizable and have a plethora of different features, can have different features changed on them. Tails, scales, colours, etc. Not all of these customizations are unlocked by default, requiring you to obtain a manuscript to unlock a given customization. Whilst not the most common collectible, many players have dedicated their time and effort to acquiring all of the manuscripts. This, for the most part, has been a typical experience since most of the sources mimic that of pets or mounts. With 10.2, Blizzard recognised this role as collectible, adding achievements to the game to mark when you finished collecting a group of manuscripts, such as renewed proto-drake scales and patterns. So once you've got all of the unlocks for a given mount, then you even go as far as getting an achievement for it. What the hell, you have Copilot? Hi, by the way. What's Copilot? I don't know what Copilot is. On the right. I don't know what Copilot is. The colourful icon at the bottom right of my screen. This thing. Copilot in Windows preview. Oh. Do I? Apparently I do. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I've never clicked it. Open it and ask it to enable dark mode. I'll fiddle about with that later. The holiday manuscripts, though, throughout Dragonflight and the holiday revamp, Blizzard has added a few dragon riding manuscripts as drops from holiday events. The Brewfest armor, the Hallow's End armor, the Winter's Veil armor, and the Lovers in the Air love armor. Their common trait is their abysmal drop rate, which increases for the first character of the day in your account. So this seems to be the premise of their argument, that getting these is too hard. Parallels with the past. Whilst manuscripts are new, this isn't the first rare drop from a holiday and likely won't be the last. When talking about those, the infamous example is the X-54 Heartbreaker, also known as the Love Rocket to people who care. Its drop rate was the worst amongst mounts and was the bane of collectors for over a decade until its drop rate changed in 2023. For that change, we received a blue post after the event in 2022, validating players' feelings about the drop rate, followed by another post in 2023 discussing the changes to the upcoming event. Right now, if you want to maximize your chance getting the mount, it is in your best interest to repeat this event every day on as many characters as possible. That's mathematically correct, but not a great experience. We hear this frustration, and the good news is we're discussing this issue amongst the team and evaluating possible solutions for holiday events in general. The bad news is that even if we do end up making changes, they wouldn't be in time for this year's Lovers in the Air event. That was the 2022. And then in 2023... we've heard your feedback on the frustrations with the Love Rocket, low drop rate, and feeling the pressure of having to farm them out by cycling through as many alts as possible every day. From now on, the first heart-shaped box you receive each day will have a greatly increased chance to obtain the mount. Any subsequent heart-shaped boxes you earn on that character after the first day will drop at the previous original rate. So this was kind of their solution to the problem, right? Now, this is where, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, this is where you have to take into consideration this, at no point, is a problem for Blizzard. It's not a problem for Blizzard. In fact, it's actually a win for Blizzard. It's not a problem for Blizzard. It's only a problem for a very, very small amount of the player base at any given time. This is why, when they did change it, it was kind of like a, okay, we'll do this, but we're not really changing it situation. Because they're like, okay, well, we hear you're frustrated. Here's something, right? It's like, you got that kid that's screaming and throwing a tantrum because he's clearly hungry, he needs to go home and have some dinner, but the parent is just like, here, have a lollipop, and the kid takes the lollipop, gets a little blast of sugar, and is just, for 10 minutes, he's chill, right? It's just, that's practically all it is. It's what's referred to often as a band-aid fix. It's not really the solution in that scenario would be to give the kid some food, right? Actually feed the damn kid, problem solved, right? Maybe the analogy is not great because I tend to think that Blizzard doesn't really think that this is much of a problem anyway. I mean, they designed it that way, probably for a reason. It's not really that much of an issue for Blizzard if you get the mount or if you don't get the mount. The more people that don't get the mount, the more people might want said mount, and the harder people might try next time to get the mount. E.g., more subscriptions, more game time, more engagement, all the metrics that Blizzard clearly tracks. So it's not strictly a problem for Blizzard, and they were like, okay, well, your first try every day will give you an increased chance. The reality is this increased chance on the Love Rocket was like almost a meme, right? It took a mount that's like a 1 in 3,000 drop rate and turned it into a 1 in 1,000 drop rate. It was barely scratched the surface as a solution. But they can now stand back and go, well, we did something, shut the fuck up for a year or two, please. That's kind of the way I see it. If you take a stand back a little bit and work out why these things were done in the first place, you'll start to figure it out. Time is a flat circle. Okay, sure. With all the negative feedback gathered over the years and the changes that were made to the Love Rocket, it's intriguing why Blizzard would add not 1 but 4 new cosmetics with a similar drop structure. As the original 2022 Blue Post put it so well, this isn't fun. As an anecdote, personally, I don't really collect the manuscripts, but seeing Blizzard adding more collectibles with a similar drop structure to the Love Rocket is discouraging. Was the change from 2023 good? Not really. It was a band-aid fix for something fundamentally bad. Adding more is completely misunderstanding the issue, and thinking it's a healthy collectible system is a terrible idea. This is a misunderstanding that Blizzard even think it's an issue in the first place. Misunderstanding they clearly understand what the issue is. You want a thing and you don't get it. Blizzard do not see it as an issue, though. This is where my standing comes on it, and my opinion comes from. The Blizzard are never going to change it because Blizzard don't see it as a problem. A select handful of players see it as a problem. It's not significantly a problem for Blizzard. X54 marks the spot. I like their use of titles here, if nothing else. Whilst many know that is an issue with the original drop rate, it's fundamental to understand why. Okay, let's see where this goes. The game has other low drop rate mounts that aren't as problematic as the Love Rocket. Besides the fact that the Love Rocket has the lowest drop rate in the game at 1 in 3,000, it has a double locked behind a low drop rate and a limited time event. A good comparison to make against the other group of originally low drop rate mounts, the Pandaria World Bosses. Pandaria World Bosses were infamous for having a 1 in 2,000 drop rate with a weekly lockout so you had 52 attempts per year per character to obtain one of these mounts, or a 2.5% chance per year. Now let's look at the original Love Rocket drop rate. You have a 1 in 3,000 odds of looting it, but you only have 14 attempts per year per character, which leaves you with a total chance of around 0.41% chance per character. So while at first glance it only seems 60% more likely to get a world boss than an X45, sorry. I probably say 54 every time, don't I? The Love Rocket. When taking into account its limited availability, you are over 6 times more likely to get loot from a world boss mount in any given year of attempts than the Love Rocket. Sure, you can do maths, congratulations. Limited availability also compounds the fear of missing out factor. Whilst world bosses and other rare mounts are available whenever you want to try for them, the limited availability of manuscripts and the love rocket incentivizes players to go after them. This is exactly why it's not a problem for Blizzard, because that is the carrot on the stick, right? That's the carrot on the stick. Every year, Lovers in the Air turns up, and all of a sudden, our playtime spikes, right? Why do we think the playtime spikes? Because everybody's like, God damn, I need that flipping mount. I need to log back on, and I need to sit cycling through characters each and every day. This is why Blizzard doesn't think it's a problem, because it's an incentive that they created, and it's an incentive that is clearly working. It's working as intended. Whilst this could be used as a good opportunity to captivate players into collecting, the current system only exists to break players' hearts with staggeringly low drop rates. Tangent, manuscripts versus mount pets and toys. Before continuing, I'd like to add a small tangent about the addition of manuscripts as rewards from these events. Besides the whole argument about rare, limited time drops, I find it weird asking somebody to do maybe hundreds or thousands of attempts to get a keg for one mount. In the past, such monumental tasks usually rewarded a whole mount themselves, not a small piece of one that is barely noticeable at a distance. This creates a new disjointed paradox when you can feel less rewarded for the same task. Yet people still do it. There was a sentence missed off the end of that. Cosmetics and seasons. WoW is a seasonal game. Some might argue that WoW has always been a seasonal game. Even those that don't think it has always been can't argue that the game keeps gaining more and more seasonal aspects, with collecting being one of them. One of the biggest draws from seasons in any game is exclusive rewards or content. WoW has always had both, with new content like dungeons and raids being added with patches and a shiny new set of rewards coming along with them. While there have been discussions and pushbacks against seasonal cosmetics, it's a completely valid argument and a discussion that should exist. Looking around the community, you won't see many people rallying against cutting-edge achievements or gladiator mounts. Those are, by definition, seasonal limited cosmetic rewards. The reason for the limited pushback on those is that they are skill-based rewards and not luck. In general, players participating in a season or event will be better receptive to a limited reward if it is skill-based instead of luck-based. Whoever wrote this article is so close to actually highlighting the problem without ever actually highlighting the problem. That they've skirted within like an inch of the actual problem, but have never seemed to quite pinpoint where the problem lies. And I'm going to break the seal in a minute. This is where the main argument against rare drops from limited time or seasonal events come from. Imagine if, for Season 4, they added a new mount that drops from the last boss in each raid with a 1% chance. Now what if they added a mount for completing every raid in a given difficulty? Both have different meanings, with one representing participation or even a show of skill during the season, whilst the other means that you got lucky during that given time and nothing else. You could argue that holidays are repeating events. They return every year, so there's always next year. The problem is that this creates a bad experience for those participating. I doubt anybody enjoys waiting a whole year to do another set of attempts to get a minuscule chance at getting a cosmetic over a decade. The solution and the future. The solution and the future. The solution for these rare limited time cosmetics is somewhat simple. Do not add them. They're going to get really close again here. They're also going to miss it. I'm pretty sure that they're like, oh, you're going to crash into a bush here. Sadly, we can't go back in time. For the ones that we have now, the easiest solution would be to increase the drop rate, similar to what was done with world bosses. However, sadly, the easiest solution isn't the best solution. In my opinion, I did want to specify that this is clearly a very strong opinion piece from the word go. The best solution for these cases would be to allow players to gradually build towards these alongside having the possibility of getting them. It could even be something that takes you more than one event to finish, but as long as you give players a tangible sense of progress, it would improve the acquisition process substantially. My hope for the War Within and beyond is that these manuscripts drop rates increase substantially. Holidays are supposed to bring people to the game because they want to get all the cool stuff. Not because they're chained into farming something for a decade due to sunk cost fallacy. Another hope is that Blizzard finally sees this is not something healthy to add to the game and not to have new collectibles added with similar restrictions. The writer of this post was so close. They were so close. But they completely missed the point. They 100% completely missed the point. This is another scenario for me where somebody is looking at something too close, right? If you're trying, they're looking at the problem is so close to their face that they can't see anything else. They're blinded by the problem directly in front of them. If they were to take a step back, they'd see the problem and they'd see everything else around it, and they'd suddenly realize why the problem exists in the first place. They missed the point here. The point they should be focusing on here is that as a reward structure, there's nothing wrong with the current implementation. The manuscripts, the pets, the mounts, the very, very, very low drop chance stuff is the carrot on the stick. That is meant to be, and they even mentioned it somewhere, it's meant to be the incentive for you to go and do something. The incentive for you to go and do the holiday event is that there's a mount that can drop, or there's a manuscript that can drop, and some things have significantly less of a chance for them to drop, and so sure, it's meant to be the incentive. The problem, more so than anything else, is these events are not inherently fun, right? Look at the raid. Look, if we want to go and do the whole, if we want to go the parallels with the past approach here, if we want to look historically how the game has been done and how the game acts today, it used to be a big, fancy, elaborate, special mount was tacked on to the end of the most engaging aspect of gameplay in the game, right? If you were to kill the hardest boss in the game on the hardest difficulty, there's a strong chance that you get a cool mount. And that, for a long time, was perfectly fine. Nobody has ever had an issue with mythic bosses dropping, end of raid mythic bosses dropping mounts. Answer me something. Has anybody ever decided to raid and only raids for the purpose of getting that mount? No, of course they don't. It's a nice bonus. It's a nice status symbol to show off. It's a nice thing to have in the early days to showcase what you have been able to achieve in the game. That is the reward structure working well. Most of these seasonal events, the Love Rocket, the manuscripts and stuff now, the only reason they get anywhere near as much engagement as they do right now is because they do things like this. There is nobody that would run Love is in the Air 500 times a year if it wasn't for the fact that they were still seeking this. The very second they get it, what do? Instantly stop playing the content. The point that should be made here is that the gameplay isn't fun by itself. The only reason people are engaging with it is not because of the fun, it's because of the reward. And this is where Blizzard are going down the wrong path. Absolutely 100%. Blizzard are, and we have seen this 3 or 4 times within Dragonflight, that people are engaging with content not because it is objectively fun and they would be choosing to do it anyway, but because it offers something that they want. the raid, has multiple reward paths. Some people go and do the raid for gear. Some people go and do the raid for the storyline. Some people go and do the raid because they see it as a social thing. They've done it with a handful of players for years upon years. Some of them, in theory, yes, probably do it because there's a shiny mount at the end of it. But the reality is the reward structure that is tacked onto raiding is supplementary to the raid. People would be going and doing that anyway. The rewards are a bonus. The rewards are a perk. And this is what the issue is, I think, realistically nowadays, is that the rewards are no longer the perk. The rewards are no longer the incentive. The rewards are the only reason people are doing it. And this is why I think the more casual a player base, let's say the newer players to Dragonflight, tend to dip in and dip out. They because they don't have years and years and years and years and years of sunk cost fallacy. They don't have years and years and years of collecting mounts, and they see the number go up. One thing you've got to be super careful of, this add-on is absolutely cancer for this, by the way. All the things add-on is one of the biggest problems with this. Now, admittedly, all the things does is, I'm not throwing shade at all the things particularly. All it does is showcase what you don't have yet. But the point is after 20 years, there's so much in this game that you won't have. You have to 100% be honest with yourself and say that there is no chance you will ever have everything. You will absolutely never be able to have everything. You might end up having more than this dude or that dude or, the next person, but you'll never have everything. And this article, whilst they did state that there is, they did claim that the manuscripts they don't particularly strive for themselves, this is the opinion piece of somebody that has very clearly played the game for a long time and already has a lot of stuff. If they were brand new in Dragonflight, if the writer of this was brand new in Dragonflight, they probably wouldn't care, because they haven't got 15 years of sunk cost fallacy in collecting everything up until this point. I've said it for ages. Blizzard needs a new reward structure, and more so than anything, they need to stop using rewards to cover up the fact that the content is shit. Right? The Hearthstone event is a perfect example of this. Perfect example of this. For a couple of days, the Hearthstone event was absolutely booming. Not because it was super fun, but because there was a bunch of shit that people wanted that they didn't have and they wanted to add it to their collection. The second they got it, they were gone. That inherently should showcase to people that the content is shit. The rewards, having a mount, you look at it back in the day, right? If somebody gets the end of raid boss mount, Jaina mount, for example, is a really good example of this because it was at the time very, very unique, right? Somebody gets it doesn't matter actually, it doesn't matter what the mount is. Somebody gets a super duper mega mount, you see them riding around on it, and you're like, shit, that's cool. How do I get that mount? Oh, well, that mount drops from the last boss in the raid. Oh, well, I'm new to the game and I've not tried raiding. How do I try raiding? It's the incentive to go and do something. It's the status symbol that a handful of people can have. And dare I say it, the Love Rocket for a long time was probably the same. The Love Rocket was probably the same. A very, very, very small handful of people have the Love Rocket, but the ones that had it fly around on it, and everybody else is like, damn, I want that. Well, maybe I'll go do the Lovers in the Air event stuff then. It's the incentive to get people to go and try something, but once you go and try it, the content has to be good enough for you to continue to want to do it because you're like, oh yeah, this aspect of the game is fun. They're missing the mark with it at the moment in that regard because the content isn't. What have we had so far? We had Storms initially, which were kind of quite cool because they messed around with they messed around with the Torghast sort of buffs and stuff. We had the Feast is another one. The Feast actually has some objective gameplay to it. You turn up at the Feast, you get given a task. You kill a few bosses occasionally. It's a bit of a cluster, but I actually think the feast is probably the best. I would say the feast is probably the best example of where they've used this time. But equally, the feast doesn't inherently have too much for you to like collect from. The carrot on the stick was not super, or the carrot on the stick was diversified with the feast. Some people did it for rep. Some people did it for like rewards. Some people did it the flipping the food thing. What's it called? The flavor pocket. The flavor pocket. That's it. There's a few different reasons why people did the feast, and it was fun for a while, and then you stopped doing it. But some of the more recent ones, the archaeology dig thing, terrible. Predominantly because whilst there is things for you to do, none of it is fun. So the archaeology dig, bad. Anytime we get one of these seasonal things where it's just stand somewhere and just wait for a boss to spawn, and then you hope that you get a tag on it because there's so many other people attacking it, it just dies instantly. There's no gameplay, there's no challenge, there's no fun to be had there. You are only there for the purpose of getting the rewards. Now, if Blizzard give the rewards to everybody 100%, by day 2, nobody would be doing it, right? This is the thing, right? The rewards and the carrot on the stick is there purely to keep people doing it, to make it look like it's a big thing that others should be doing as well. So this article was so close. They were so close. I do agree holiday rare drops are bad, but I do not agree with their reason why. Because they missed, in my opinion, they missed the point. They were saying that they're bad and they shouldn't exist, so don't do them. But what they missed was the wood for the trees, is the fact that the reason they exist in the first place is to detract and distract, which it clearly has, distract you from the fact that the actual gameplay isn't there. There isn't any gameplay there. You like a casino, you're just hoping for a win. Yeah, you're putting your dollar in the machine and you're pulling the thing and you're hoping to get 3 sevens. But they only let you put $1 in every hour or every half an hour, or on a daily lockout, or whatever the case may be. It's just, these super low drop rates are just a distraction from the fact that the actual content itself isn't objectively worth you doing more than once or twice anyway. And the only way that they can persuade people to do it, because the easy solution is to put a low drop chance reward so people will continue to do it, plus the fact that it, A, is much easier than making the content worthwhile doing in the first place. Secondly, it does the same job as, so why wouldn't they? I find it fun to master some of the mechanics like Dragon Soul with the rewards as the incentive, but it's true, once I get the reward, I'll never do it again. You have a good point and the correct point, but please don't advertise this. I don't wish Blizzard to lock all rewards behind the fun mythics. My overall take on this is the best thing Blizzard needs to do is actually just make the events worth you doing. The carrots on the end of very long sticks that you're unlikely to ever get unless you do really degenerate things to get is just a distraction tactic. And it's a distraction tactic that clearly works because somebody was willing to write a 1,000-word article on why they're bad whilst simultaneously completely missing the point of why they exist in the first place. And their solution is to just not add them, is blind to the actual problem, in my opinion. Oh my god, 126 comments. I'm not sure I want to do this. Arthas was the worst, in my opinion, and by far the most egregious. People may think a battle pet is a cosmetic, but for people that actually pet battle, it's not cosmetic. Arthas was a huge slap in the face. Find the tweet where the dev said that Arthas was supposed to be a thank you to the community. Worst thanks I've ever received in my life. If that was a thank you, then you're not welcome. Once again, it's the scenario that this person is clearly collecting or attempting to collect every battle pet. And if you go into collecting stuff, you've got to be very, very honest with yourself. The likelihood is that you will never complete the collection. And that's by design. Blizzard seems more dedicated to low drop rate FOMO cosmetics than ever. Sad, can't even blame Bobby anymore. It's not even Bobby's fault. We can still blame him. It's fun to blame Bobby, right? He's probably chilling on his yacht. He's trying to buy TikTok. It's fine. Oh dear. Was already alarming during Brewfest. People probably didn't notice, but mounts from Brewfest got nerfed to drop rates too. This whole article, every word of it, yes. Somebody's been brainwashed. I play every holiday and I get the drop. And if I get the drops, I get the drops. But with chances so low, there's no way in hell I'm going to no-life a holiday dungeon for 7 to 14 days for a low-res Kodo or a red rocket pun. I want those mounts, but I also want to spend my time in more pleasant ways much more. Solid take. Does anybody actually figure this shit out? Here's an easy solution. Add all rare holiday mounts to a vendor that requires holiday tokens. Holiday tokens are earned by holiday events. The low percentage chance rare spawn stuff has never been fun in WoW. Sitting in an area waiting for several hours for a spawn to appear and then only have a 1% or less drop chance is awful. Same with having to deal with limited time stuff where you're slamming a dozen or more alts through every day just to hopefully get it. I used to be all about collecting, but as I got older I had less time to monitor a spawn point and do attempts with alts. I've mostly stopped. The manuscripts especially feel like a slap in the face. I'm not going to care about these mounts by the time the event rolls around again. All my actual cool mounts will have dynamic flight. Vital to maintain the discussion in terms of fun or not fun, because this is a game. The purpose is fun. If they're implementing patterns of anti-fun design, prohibitively low drop rates, limited time content, etc., this needs to be addressed directly. Oh, somebody got close. Somebody got so close. Oh, so close. Just kind of nicked. It's so close there. I just purchased the holiday manuscripts because they only cost like 20k gold each. They were 50, but sure. I think there should be an option to buy these mounts if you collect enough grindable resources obtainable during the holiday for a bad like type of protection. Yeah, bad luck protection. See, this is it. If you throw a bad luck protection system on top, that's just masking the issue still. The issue you should go back to the basics of the issue of if the gameplay is bad, there's no need for the reward. The reward is only there to get you to do the bad gameplay thing, right? If the gameplay is good, people will do it anyway. Arena, people enjoy arena. People do arena. The rewards from arena are a bonus. People enjoy the raid, so they go and raid. The rewards from raid are a bonus. People enjoy Mythic Plus, so they continue to do Mythic Plus. The rewards from Mythic Plus are a bonus. You sense a pattern here? The things that people actively do repeatedly, time and time again in game are objectively. This isn't even This isn't even subjective. This isn't even an opinion. They are objectively fun, and so people do them. The not fun stuff is where they attach these disgustingly aggressive grinds as the incentive for people to do them. That's the problem. If the content was better, people would do it anyway and the reward would be a bonus. And actually, if the content was more fun, they could make the rewards easier to obtain. But they know that the content is not good. It's something that they just spam out every once in a while. You know, a Hearthstone event, for example, it's of no surprise they just absolutely copy-pasted the Diablo one. Why? Because they don't want to put any time or effort into it. They would rather be doing something else. But they know if they put a disgustingly low drop item that people are going to want, people will do it anyway. People get so close. I don't terribly mind the ultra rare drops, although I've been lucky enough to get a couple of them. I think a good solution would be a form of bad luck protection. No, missed the point. Missed the point. I got every holiday manuscript except the love manuscript. I ran the dungeon 368 times. I ran the Headless Horseman dungeon over 200 times, and Arthas dropped on my last toon on the last day of the event. As an avid collector of everything, it's very demoralizing. I know a lot of people who still haven't had the love rocket after many years of trying. I feel like the past couple of holidays have abysmal drop rates for mounts, even with the changes. Vasti Admiral, how's it going? Have I missed Ranthius? No, I think he's kind of showcasing himself a little bit right now. They need to bring back the Lego quest like we had in Vanilla, Wrath of the Lich King and Kata. I think more so than anything, there just needs to be gameplay attached around it all. Like this is my big gripe. Like if the elements of gameplay were fun, Dream Surges are another one, right? Dream Surges are so stupid. Dream Surges were so stupid. You stand somewhere, a portal spawns, mobs flow out of it for 30 seconds whilst you fill a bar, and then you kill a boss. And that apparently was like a patch tier level event. It's not an event. And same scenario, the only reason people did the Dream Surge is after like 1 week was because you could only get 1 token once per week, and you needed 8 tokens to complete a set of gear. And so people did it for 8 weeks, and then they never did it ever again. Because the Dream Surge, remove the reward structure from it for a second, look at just the event itself, it's boring. You're not doing anything. It made the selfie patch look good in comparison. Yeah, Christ alive. The selfie patch, that's a good, that's at least the selfie patch gave you something to actually do. You had to go places and take selfies, right? There was an avenue of content in that. Rock on pirate ship spawning once an hour off a random coast. I so hope, diverging this conversation to 10.2.6 a little bit, God damn, I hope that this event is actually something that we get to play. Honestly, I so hope. I tweeted this out the other day, right? I tweeted this out that I genuinely hope. I hope that this is something worthwhile. I really hope that 10.2.6 is actually something, because they have, as I put it in my tweet, I think they've cashed in a bunch of trust tokens, right? They've hyped it up. They've made it a secret. They've made, in my opinion, the terrible decision to not make it a global launch. It absolutely better be good, because if they then drop something that's a complete flop, and some of the rumours and speculations is like a return to Brawlers Guild, but with a pirate theme, God, I hope it's not. Only because we've had Brawlers Guild, we've done that. Please don't be a copy-paste of Brawlers Guild. If it ends up being a copy-paste of Brawlers Guild, as good as and as fun as Brawlers Guild was, if it's a copy-paste of Brawlers Guild just with a pirate theme, it's not going to anywhere near meet people's expectations. At least it'll be some element of gameplay. I'll give them that. But I think the risk that Blizzard have taken with this, I so hope that it's something that's actually decent. I genuinely do. It begins on March 19th, leads me to believe it's something PvP related. Well, they've actually stated it's a limited time thing. There's very few things we know about it, but a few of the things we do know is that it's available to anybody with a WoW subscription, which in essence means that there's no level requirement to it. You don't technically even need Dragonflight. You only need a World of Warcraft subscription. So this is clearly designed to bring people in from Classic. Designed to bring people from Classic, to bring people from Season of Discovery into retail temporarily. No level requirement means you don't need Dragonflight, means you don't need max level characters, means it's got to be a game mode-esque thing, right? It's got to be an alternative game mode thing. We also know that it's going to be a limited time event. It's not going to be something that's just in the game. They're already throwing some FOMO at this to incentivize people to do it while it's new. Probably, I hope, as another incentive to get those Season of Discovery, because let's not forget, Phase 2 Season of Discovery has been 50-50. Wrath of the Lich King Classic is also at its all-time low now. People are just waiting for Kata, or they're done. Or they're leveling alts, it's just busy work in Classic right now. And so what they really, 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 really want is to pull as many of those players from both Season of Discovery and Classic to do this. They have their World of Warcraft subscription. Here's the thing to do for the next few weeks. And the limited time aspect will make sure that everybody comes and does it now. Because if it wasn't limited time only, if it was just a thing that launches in 10.2.6, then there wouldn't be the sense of urgency for players to stop what they're doing in Classic, stop what they're doing in Season of Discovery, and come and try it. So it's got to be, in my opinion, some sort of game mode-y thing. Obviously, the pirate theme is... they could do anything with pirates, honestly. There's rumours of it being a Brawlers Guild-esque thing. I hope that's just players looking back in the past and hoping that it's a return to Brawlers Guild. I personally hope it's not anything to do with Brawlers Guild, because whilst not everybody, but a lot of players will then go, oh, it's just Brawlers Guild again. Now, admittedly, that's only the more aged of the player base, right? Anybody that started to play the game in the last few years probably has no idea what Brawlers Guild even is. But I really do hope that it's not just a copy-paste of Brawlers Guild, honestly. I'll wait for the full guide on Wowhead, then get it done in 30 minutes. I do hope it's something we don't have to wait around for. I'd like to actually sink my teeth into something worthwhile. Yeah, you and me both. I've said this a few times recently. I'm convinced players of World of Warcraft, whatever version of the game you play, are absolutely desperate for exactly that. They are desperate for something to get their teeth into. Variations of Classic is just revisiting something many of us have done many times before. Retail has not had something for us to get our teeth into for quite some time. Because, much after the launch of Dragonflight, a new season, sure, we had, we get like a new zone. We get like, we've had the Forbidden Reach, we've had the cave. I can't fucking remember the names of these places. And we've had the Emerald Dream. All of these were kind of things that people sort of hyper-optimized, knew what they were doing before they went into it, and it was basically done in a week for most players. That was practically it. People want something that they can actually, dig into. Don't forget your ICC and Ondoir runs for the Legos. Yeah, we'll actually play the game in a second. I'm nearly 2 hours into the stream. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? But yeah, this turns up tomorrow. I was even tempted to log on to my NA account just to see if we could see what's going on. But I'm gonna be truthful with you. I think I'll wait until Wednesday. Wednesday being the 20th for us here on EU. I stream in the morning anyway, so I'm not missing much by not. I'm not missing a huge amount by not jumping onto it the second it goes live. I'll maybe just go to bed and close my eyes to it and then just open them on Wednesday morning and see what it is. That's probably my approach to it, at least, anyway. Yeah, maybe some ICC runs and maybe some Ondoir runs potentially. Alternatively, I've had the desire to actually like level a character. I've kind of, after playing the other day on my Warlock, I kind of want to level a Warlock and just mess around, honestly, for a bit. Have a chat about stuff at the same time. Do some dungeons. do some questing, see how far we can get a new little character up and running. I've had the desire to play a Warlock for ages. I don't really know why. But first, I need to take a quick break. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'm going to go grab a drink, take a quick bathroom break, stretch the legs, and then I'll go and we'll actually play the game for a bit. I'll be back in 2. Alrighty, okie dokies. Right, let's move you out of the way. We can probably get the auction house account out of the way as well. Let's get the main account loaded. Boop. Let's go gadget go. I've quite enjoyed Ranthius. I don't think I went off on the deep end too much. It is a Monday. I'm usually in good spirits after the weekend. Right, new character. Oh my god, we're gonna need names. We're gonna need suggestions. We're gonna need all sorts of stuff. I want to play a class that has Warlock as an available option. Can we do a Goblin Warlock? That sounds funny. A little Goblin Warlock. He looks pretty funky, doesn't he? Everything can be a Warlock now. Is that the case? Is everybody Warlock? Lies. Lies. Drakthir can't be Warlocks. You lied. Right, ban Mikey. Gnome or bust? A little gnome Warlock. I like Worgens for Warlocks for some reason. I don't know why. A wolf in demon clothing always looks kind of funky to me. Call it Ranthius. I don't actually have a character called Ranthius, I don't think. Or do I? I'm sure I do. I think I made a bank called Ranthius once. Mechanome, maybe? Who looks good as a... You know, the sad thing is, Zandalari Trolls, Magthar Orcs, and Nightborn I haven't even unlocked. Although a Nightborn Warlock would be quite cool, wouldn't it? How and why have I not unlocked Nightborns? Should I maybe actually unlock these 3 races? before we do anything else. What do you got to do? Reach level 40, then visit the Orgrimmar embassy to recruit this allied race. Why have I not ever done this? Okay, distractions. I'm going to unlock Nightborn, because I reckon a Nightborn Warlock could be cool. I just don't have the ability to do Nightborn yet. Inscription skill increased. Unlikely to end up being a scribe, but... hang on. Hang on. Let's go get Nightborn unlocked. I can't believe I've never done it. There's some new skins for warlocks as well. New pet skins. True. Just hopped in. What are we doing here? I'm just gonna unlock a couple of the allied races for Horde, and I'm planning on leveling a new little warlock. For some reason, I cannot quantify why, I've had the desire to play a warlock for a while. I've had a level 60 warlock in the past, which in theory I could level to 70, but I'd rather just learn from the word go. Frames, please, game. Hello, Lord have mercy. Can we have some frames? Over by Chromie, I guess, right? I assume. Oh, hang on. This is where we could do what I usually do. Oh, there's a Hearthstone 10th anniversary event, Zygor guide. Done. Nightborn. Nightborn race unlock. Go, go, go. Let's go and have a little look, shall we? Ah, Lawson with a watch streak. Congratulations, thank you, thank you. Enjoy your bonus beans. Thalaris's estate. This is the one. Would you like to hear how the Nightborn came to join the Horde? We earned their trust when we aided them in liberating Suramar from the tyranny of the Grand Magistrix Elisande and the Burning Legion. Diddler, 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 diddler. Meet with somebody in Suramar. Okay. Let's go. Do we have to do this quest line, or is that just them unlocked now? I'm assuming we have to do the quest line, right? Could be fun. Never done it, clearly. I guess another bonus is isn't there an armor set for each of the different factions as well? Right, where are we going? Suramar. God, Suramar looks cool. People have stated for ages, haven't they, that they'd like to see Suramar as a capital city. It's a real cool city. I'm not sure that it'd kind of work the way that people expected, though.
We are capable of fighting back.
Like most capital cities, you'd find absolutely everybody just chilling in one area anyway. There is if you level it from scratch. Oh, there we go. 2 birds. That'll do. That'll do.
My preparations are complete. Let us see how the nobles of Suramar react to the warp delivery of Withered.
City of Suramar is beautiful to behold. I hope Silvermoon City is not a disappointment. Oh, cutscenes. Hello.
There is no redeeming these traitors. Hunt them down. It is good to see your
city free, First Arcanist.
For that, we owe you both a great debt. You proved instrumental to our cause.
The Horde was proud to fight by
I
your
look so
side
stupid
against
here.
the Burning Legion, my lady.
I must admit, when I first learned of the Horde, I was skeptical that we would share common ground. I thought our kin from Kalimdor would make obvious allies, but their arrogance
Background music's too loud.
soon proved otherwise.
Arcanist Thalysra, I remember where your order stood in the War of the Ancients. How do we know you won't betray us and become the next element?
Volpera that joined the Horde after the Nightborn helped liberate. Yeah, exactly. Doesn't quite make sense, does it? Alright, cool. We've had enough of that shenanigans.
And put an end to Elisand's oppression.
Meeting Silvermoon.
I
Okay.
am sure the Regent Lord will be pleased.
We're
to
going on
learn
a
your
teleportations.
interest. Are you ready to depart?
It would be an honor, Lady.
Admire your
Leoden.
patience of not
Akhil
cutting,
has the
skipping a cut.
coordinates to
Oops.
your capital. I will gather
Oops.
Silgrin and Valtoir and meet you in
So
Silvermoon.
close. So close. Do we still need the rep to unlock the allied races? No, I think they've removed that. I think you can pretty much just go, as long as you are level 40 now, you can go straight there and start doing the quest line. I believe you still need to do the quest lines, mind, but the other requirement, the prior requirements,
Lady
not
Liadrin.
so much.
Champion, you are most welcome. As you can see, we have
Complete the scenario, remember the sun well. Oh, a scenario.
Lothamar, I'm here concerning a matter that...
First Arcanist Thalysra.
Yeah, cool.
And honored guests. Welcome to Silvermoon.
Right, let's get this done then. World first. Why do I still have my Shroud of Resolve in my bags?
The sense of power is palpable. As potent as the Nightwell, but of a different nature.
The Sunwell was corrupted by our enemies, but a Naru's sacrifice purified its waters. Now, the essence of the light sustains us.
The Sunwell has changed, but it's...
I need to,
It has been so long.
I need to remember to do the Sunwell more as well. There's still recipes I need from here. Plus, technically, I think a bow. A very specific bow. The irony is, whenever I do Sunwell, I deliberately don't kill bosses.
Stay back! What is happening?
Where are you going to level the Warlock? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe that can be open to
Enough! We need
opinion.
to cleanse this corruption before the well is lost.
Silgrin, Valtoir, aid the Regent Lord.
What expansion have I not leveled in recently? I tend nowadays to not really care so much about what is the like statistically mathematical fastest, and just do an expansion that I haven't done for a while. Pandaria for a change. Now you see that's the problem, right? Pandaria is such an obvious one, especially since the very second you ding like level 30 and get flying, you can just go farm Ghost Iron ore, which is surprisingly time effective.
Thing seeks to open a rift into the chamber. If it comes through, we may lose the Sunwell.
I can close the rift, but I
I
will
love
need
to be a Fey leveling.
Tell us what to do, and we will lend our strength.
And I don't know, you know. I've done them all too many times. This is the problem for me with leveling.
Now, focus your power with mine.
You only delay the inevitable.
I'm weirdly tempted to do something stupid like Kata.
Have my prize.
Although Northrend is
The Sunwell is secure. Your
An
aid
option.
was invaluable, Thalysra. And yours, champion.
Guards! Seize this saboteur.
I will not be taken prisoner in my own homeland.
Chromie Time, Elwyn Forest, Westfall, Red Ridge, 50 easy. But yeah, see, this is it. Like the old school leveling's so fast. It's very difficult to not do that.
Is no longer your home.
As you command, Regent Lord. For now.
Okay, we're done in the
I
Sunwell,
regret
apparently.
you had to witness that exchange, Thusday. This is not how I planned your visit to unfold.
Boom.
Aldiel Shalom.
I forget we get a mount from this as well. One more to the collection, I suppose. Not quite as lucrative as Ash is, but we'll take it. Hang on. I'm just thinking about it. Thinking about it. It's rude not to, isn't it, at the moment? It'd be rude not to use it. We spent most of last week trying to get this damn flying chicken. Should probably put it to use. Still yearn for a proper leveling experience. One day. One day it'll happen. Have trust. One day it'll happen. I'm not sure that day is too close, but one day. Right, new character then. Nightborn Warlock. Male or female? Oh, sorry, body 1 or body 2? Body 2, I guess. Warlocks always feel body 2. Don't know why. We're going to need a name, though. We're going to need a name. We're going to need a name, boys and girls. This is where I need you to come up with something creative. Because I don't have creativity. One, two, three, four, five. You'll do. That's about as much as I care about customization wise. Fantasy name generator, pop culture, WoW, races, Nightborn generate. I kind of almost want to just log on to the PTR and do the random name generator on there. Manthy Locks. It's an obvious choice. Bob. I don't think I'll get the name Bob, if I'm honest. No, unfortunately Bob is taken. Miss Bob. Ah, Miss Bob. Miss Bob is an option. Helvet. Stephen? Council Estate. That's quite funny. Wartheus. I'm tempted by Miss Bob just because it's stupid. I wish you could capitalise properly. Miss Bob. Alright, we'll go with Miss Bob. Sorry. I'm doing it. Miss Bob. Miss Bob is Miss Bob is born. Now, what I do need to do is decide, decide where we're going. Let's enter world first. We might have to do a few add-ons and bits and bobs. My warlock is named Lock and Roll. Ah, clever. Clever. Smart, I like that. I think my other warlock, I've got a level 60 warlock on another realm. I think it was called Lockdown, and I think I got that name during
For
COVID.
10,000 years, Suramar was the only world we knew. As the ages passed, Azeroth changed around us and fell into the Legion's grasp.
Hey, look at this. The UI actually doesn't look stupid. Let's make sure we get our add-ons and stuff in place. UI options. Auto loot is always off for some reason. Mantheus Biss layout, there we go. Get that in place. We need some bonus bars. Where are they? They're probably... No, they probably are in here somewhere, aren't they? Action bars. 2, 3, 4, and 5. There's a couple of action bars that sit behind my camera. But the important one is this one over here. Keybinds should all be set by default, which looks good. Right, let's trim the fat on some add-ons. We clearly don't need all of this stuff up. I don't think, for the purpose of leveling, we really need all the things, do we? Probably don't need Auctionator either. BTW quests, probably don't need. Can I mog it? Will be handy. In that case, maybe actually all the things is useful. I'm just thinking about actually... Maybe if we do some dungeons or something. Classic numbers is always fun. Collection shop, no. Craft sim, no. Details, we'll have. Probably won't use it. Gathermate, no. Handy notes, probably no. We'll keep Healy, although I don't think I'll really use it on a warlock particularly. Loot appraiser, probably no. Minimap button, yes. No mats, no make, no. Don't need paste. Don't need peddler, because apparently scrap is better. Pet battle stuff, no. Platter, yes. Plumber, no. Postal, sure. Rare scanner, sure. Rematch, we don't need. Roots, we don't need. Scrap, we'll keep. I don't know what scrap merchant is. Scrap options, sure. Silver dragon, we don't really need both. TomTom, sure. TSM, I guess we should probably have just for tracking inventory. Weak auras, it gives us our leveling thing. Wealth audit, no. World quest tracker, we're not about that yet. I really like Peddler, just wish it had shareable lists between alts. Well, apparently that's where Scrap comes into play. Scrap is apparently better than Peddler, or at least I was told so at the end of last stream. Worth it, we're not going to need. Wowhead Looter, we don't need. Wow Thing Collector, I technically don't need, but it doesn't really do anything anyway. Right, that should do me for add-ons then. Healy doesn't really work well for under max level. No, I'm sure it doesn't. It's probably going to get mighty confused. Okay. Put you over the side. Zygor, you don't need to be quite that big, my friend. Oh god, I forget that Zygor makes a profile for literally every single character you make. Mantheon Draenor, where's that profile? It doesn't even put them in flipping... Doesn't even put them in any sort of order. Especially since I don't think half of these characters actually exist. There we go. Okay, that clearly didn't work as I expected it to. Guide viewer. Hide during combat. Step display. Manual resizing. You go there. Is your edit mode shareable on your Discord? Boom, have a UI. Right, that'll do. I think we're ready to rock and roll. That'll do. Right, I guess this is also the point where I need to pick a spec, isn't it, really? Because I have no flipping clue. About any of these. Is one more fun than the other? I don't care about leveling speed. I don't care about DPS, by the way. I just care about which one is more fun. Seems to be preference to Demo. Commander of demons who twists the soul of their army into devastating power. Staff, one dagger, swords, intellect, affliction, just dot and run. I've always enjoyed affliction personally. I just love chucking dots all over the place. Demo's going to feel, if I remember it rightly, a lot more like the squirrel build, right? Dots, pets, or chaos bolts. Dots, pets, or chaos bolts. Well, pets is quite fun. They're all honestly quite fun. I'm going to try Demo. Pets could be fun. I think I like the sound of pets. Let's give Demo a go. Dots kind of suck whilst leveling. Let's give Demo a go. Oh, that's actually the Zygor recommended one as well. So maybe we can get some assistance from Zygor in terms of talents. That's a question. Does Zygor have guides? Show Zygor talent suggestions. Select Zygor's talent builds. Oh, that's clever. Huh. I get more surprised every day by this little add-on. More surprised every day. That's quite clever. 2 points in here, 2 points in here, 1 point in here, 1 point in here, apparently. Right, what does it do? Demonic Circle. Summons a Demonic Circle for 15 minutes. Cast Demonic Circle, teleport to its location, remove all movements, blah, blah, blah. Teleports you to your Demonic Circle and removes all movement slowing effects. Sure. Your next Imp, Void Walker, Incubus, Succubus, Fell Hunter, or Fell Guard summon spell is free and has its casting time reduced by 90%. Your Soul Leech. What spells do we start with? Let's start from the beginning. I should make it clear to people. I have practically, even though I do have a level 60 Warlock, I've never really played Warlock for more than about 10 minutes, which is kind of why I've been somewhat interested in giving it a go. Let's make sure there's some tunes on in the background as well. So, what do we start with? Shadow Bolt, Summon Demon. Let's get some keybinds in place. Put you there so we can summon whatever. Imp, Void Walker, Felguard. Give me an Imp. We got Create Hearthstone over here. Let's wang you up there as well so you can do a thing. Sorry, Healthstone. Where is my Healthstone? We should probably put that on a button. That's probably Shift F, I would say. Curse of Weaknesses. Increases the time between an enemy's attacks by 20% for 2 minutes. Do we get a bunch of different curses eventually? Summons a demonic circle for 15 minutes. Teleports you to the demonic circle and removes your effects. Curse of never use. Is that what it is? Okay. Stepped away for a while. What is this game? I've started an army of warlocks across realms, hoping one day to park them across the world map. Is it worth learning design choke of shielding at this point? I probably not, honestly. Fear, Health Funnel, Shadow Bolts, Summon Demons, Unending Resolve, hardens your skin, removing all damage you take by 25%, granting immunity to interrupt, silence, and pushbacks. That feels like a... That feels like an... That actually feels more like a Shift F button. Oh, let's get you out of there. Fear. I don't usually have a keybind for things like fear. Does a warlock have a stun? I don't think a warlock has... Oh, it's a... does a warlock have a stun? My stun is usually on shift too. E. E is my interrupt keybind, not a health funnel. Sacrifices 25% of your maximum health to heal your summoned demon for twice as much. That can be a 5. Corruption, Shadow Bolt, Drain Life, Curse of Weakness. Yeah, Curse of Weakness doesn't sound like anything I'm actually going to particularly care about. Time between enemies' attacks by 20% for 2 minutes. That's useless, isn't it? That's like... That's sweaty arena playstyle. It's 20k for the recipe. I was just thinking to sell it. Oh, if you can sell it for 20k, sell it for 20k. If it's important enough to you at the end of the day, you can always buy it back. If you can sell it for 20k, sell it for 20k. Would be my take, at least, anyway. Soul Leech apparently is not on my bars. Passive, what is this? All single target damage done by you and your minions grants you and your pet shadowy shields. Absorb 3% damage dealt for 15 seconds, up to a maximum of 5% health. Okay, so do damage, gain shield. Got it. Soul Shards. Generate Soul Shards by pew-pewing with Shadow Bolt. Consume to cast some of your more powerful spells and summon demons to serve you. While you are out of combat, you generate up to 3 of them. Okay, got it. Hand of Gul'dan. 1 to 3 soul shards calls down a demonic meteor full of wild imps which can burst forth to attack the target. Deals up to 68 Shadow Flame damage on impact to all enemies within 8 yards of the target and summons 3 wild imps based on the soul shards consumed. Well, that's a 4 ability in my mind. Okay, right, let's go.
Magic. When our city faced its darkest hour, the heroes
you know what we do need? We need a mount button.
drive out the Legion.
Should we just use our favourite mount button for a bit of variety?
The Blood Elves
Secondly,
respect and understanding.
oh
Their
no, actually
kinship
thinking about it.
proved there were others in
Secondly,
Azeroth
we
who
need
shared
our
values.
mammoth.
Now it is
Mammoth
our
goes down
turn
here.
to demonstrate the strength
Right.
and honor we bring to the Horde. Go to Orgrimmar, join with our allies, and forge a new future together. As you travel the roads of Azeroth, tell those you meet of
Only
the
use it with
Nightborn's
3?
proud history, and
The Hand of
show them
Gul'dan, you mean?
that we live in seclusion.
Might as well use it only with 3. Yeah, that sort of makes sense.
Speak quickly.
Ah, the young hero comes before me.
Talk to Chromie, pick a timeline. We're going to have to choose now, aren't we?
Proved true.
Select a timeline. Where are we going to go then? Let's have a think about this. BFA, I've done it 1,000 times and it's the default and it's efficient, but I've done it 1,000 times. Draenor, same scenario for me. Done it way too often. Shadowlands. Okay, there's not actually that many options, is there, thinking about it? Because BFA is a no, Draenor is a no, Legion is a maybe, Shadowlands is a no, Mr. Pandaria is a no, Outlands is too goddamn old and boring, Wrath is a possibility, and even Cataclysm, believe it or not, is a possibility. Legion fits the lore with your race. Do the new illusions from Dragonflight sell? Will there be good profit in the future? Honestly, the only reason I'd be buying recipes is if you are into collecting and just have some random reason for needing them all. Illusions, I don't particularly feel are worth crafting and selling now, never mind in the future, but I left my crystal ball at home, so I don't know. Like I said, with most things nowadays, I'd sell anything that isn't physically attached to you, and I equally wouldn't be particularly buying anything unless you absolutely definitely know why you want it. Would go Legion if you haven't unlocked the artifact appearances for Warlocks yet. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Yeah, should we go Legion then? Let's go Legion. Let's do it.
If you find a powerful
Boom.
weapon, just make sure it isn't corrupted by the Burning Legion or old gods. Okay?
The Legion returns.
The future is ours to forge.
Talk to Chromie, select the timeline that you... Okay, we've done this.
Done this before?
If you've already selected a different expansion but want to return to leveling in BFA, you can do so here. Oh, okay, cool. We chose... So now we can tell Zygo exactly what we chose. We chose Legion. And off we go. Click here to load the Warlock intro and artifacts leveling guide. Nice.
Why, hello.
Right, let's roll. Oh, there's me trying to fly. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet on the flying. I forget we don't have flying just yet. It's going to be some time, I reckon, before we get flying. And by some time, I mean probably an hour or so. One thing I definitely need to do before we get too far. So I have to move trade and services to their own chat windows, so then I can basically ignore them. I know technically I could just leave the channels, but there are occasions where scouting through trade chat is useful. Okay. Right, let's figure out how we do Warlock things then. How do we do Warlock things?
What do you need?
Oh, I'm wondering if I want to have auto quest on or off. We're just leveling, we'll keep it off. What are all of these quests shown on my map? Who's putting all of those on the map? Nom noms. Consensus to use Void Walker. We can use Void Walker. Get Void Boy out. Here he is. What's his name, by the way? Hellmoth. Hellmoth? Sure. We'll go with Hellmoth. Right, polish some armor, please. Warm up with a jewel. Does nobody want to fight? Oh, over here.
Peace, friends.
It's Jewel. Let's go. Slap him with some. So let's see what the crack is here. Shadow Bolt, Shadow Bolts, Hand of Gul'dan, Drain Life, Corruption. Is control what? No, we need pet stuff. Okay. Question is, do I do this with heirlooms or not? It's not that I don't have the heirlooms. It's just, do I want to simulate the traditional leveling experience, or do I want to I'm quite sure I have all of the cloth heirlooms. Rested experience is consumption is reduced by 30%. Well, we don't have any of that. Increases your out of combat regeneration in the outdoors, normal dungeons and battlegrounds. Gaining a level triggers a burst of knowledge, dealing damage to nearby enemies and giving me 40% intellect for 2 minutes. Defeating enemies extends this up to an additional 2 minutes. So we get 4 minutes of intellect buff. Rested experience consumed is reduced by yet a further 30%. It doesn't really make any difference, does it? I said this years ago. I'm convinced that they want heirlooms out the game, you know. They're basically making them so that they don't really do anything.
Time is money, friend. Be good.
Corruption isn't really useful for demo. Spam Shadow Bolt. Hand of Gul'dan with 3 shards. Drain life to finish off the enemies. Gotcha. Roger that. Yeah, I'm not convinced I need to even bother with heirlooms. I'm intrigued to see just how gearing works whilst you level up. If you level up so goddamn fast that you struggle for gear, or what the situation is. It's been so long since I've leveled a character.
Smell that sea air. It feels good to be out in the open water.
It's actually a long time since I've done Legion as well.
Payment from Orgrimmar had nothing to do with it.
There's an old goblin saying that goes, the best bets use other people's money.
That assumes we're going to make it back.
Any messages from Orgrimmar?
Sylvanas and the main fleet arrived a few hours ago. Demons covering the whole island.
Already? How'd they get so many here so fast?
I got a feeling we're going to find out.
All right, Horde troops, this is your stop. A beach lined with demons. Bring her in, snappy now.
Come on, boat, you're too slow. Ow, no, that's why. I remember now. In fact, thinking about it, when was the last time... I mean, I know the experience is not that much different, Horde and Alliance, in Legion. But it might be different enough. I can't remember, you know. Jesus, I forget how loud those cutscenes are. Assault! Go! Destroy all the demons on the beach.
Looks like our reinforcements have arrived.
Good team. We don't got much
I don't think I'm the
beach
tank
left
though.
to retreat
Tank do tank things. This
There's
back in
only
the day
one
had
way out of this one.
legitimate real people doing it as well, didn't it? This wasn't just a solo
There's only one
scenario,
way
if I
off of
remember.
this beach, and it be through all those demons ahead of us. But they don't know who they be dealing with. Let's show
Can I
them
mount on
what
one
it
of these?
means
Can I
to
pew pew
be
from a distance?
hard.
Apparently not.
Keep them away from the spires!
Charge! This is one of those where I kind of do want to tag everything.
There's something
Oh,
off
corruption's
about the crystals
slow.
surrounding the
Okay.
spire. They feel wrong. Like they're in two places at once.
Horde, make for them crystals. We're gonna see if your hunch is right. The pain.
Yes, they must anchor it to this world.
2 more to go.
Crush them!
Yeah, pulled that. Great start. Great start. Okay, everything dies faster than I can even get a cast off on it.
Keep it up. We almost got him.
Your corpses will feed my hounds.
Don't stand in the goat. That's why it's why I don't like corruption for demo. Yeah, that cast time is gross. Nearly 2-second cast time.
Must I do everything myself?
I'm tempted to relegate it off the bars.
Prepare yourselves.
You gonna die just like all the others.
Focus on the commander. Your souls will know endless agony.
Looks like you chose the wrong side.
So stack a whole bunch of soul shards.
My flesh
Okay.
will return. It is good to fight.
Keeping
with you
track of my
again.
soul shards, I need to remember.
He's never gonna get
Love having
this
lots of pets though.
point.
Lots of little imps running
There's
around.
only
That
one
sounds
way
like
to the
fun.
tomb. Are you ready?
Let's get moving. Sylvanas' ship must have crashed.
Better off
just
spamming Shadow Bolt for the soul
They're
shards
expanding
rather than the
faster
long
than we've
corruption
seen before.
casts.
ahead.
Yeah, putting the corruption
This ain't
like
the same.
seems like just a waste of time. I think I agree. New ult? Yeah, I've not it's probably been 5 years since I've last played a Warlock, probably more, so in fact almost definitely more. So I thought, hey, why not?
That's no invasion force. That's an army.
That is an army.
Your arrows! Hold! Fire!
And we've just unlocked Nightbane as well, so 2 birds.
Alive.
Let's move.
There are glyphs that will display your soul shards above your head. Oh, that sounds clever. Yeah, that's that might be very useful. I've just noticed. I just noticed Molly kicks her legs out when she jumps. She kind of hops. I never noticed that about this mount. It's like boing, flicks a leg out. So
It's
easily
about time you
amused.
showed up.
You look like you could use a hand.
Their reinforcements are endless. Those crystals again.
Oh, dead.
We can get close to
I
them.
barely
We
get
can
one
bring this
cast
thing
off.
down.
You heard him, Rangers. We cut those demons down. Fire a volley on my mark. Now!
I literally didn't get a cast off on that thing.
Break the crystals!
Glyph on floating shards, just hop on your Bruto and buy it. I will do. Next, when this dude gets 10 million gold, I'll hop on the Bruto and buy it.
Well, that
Bonus
was
ring.
invigorating. Now, how did they manage to get so many demons here so quickly?
This invasion is unlike any I have ever witnessed. And I don't think we've seen the last of their surprises. These structures
Baked some flapjacks with lemon drizzle cake. Oh, Mikey. Mikey.
And now we know
Do
how
you
to
need?
destroy them. It's them or us. Let's get moving.
Love
so we
myself
make
some
sure
flapjacks.
It's not us.
I mentioned the other day that the Lidl near me was having like a celebrating
This is
British
Argent Crusade
like week,
insignia.
and so they were having a bunch of British
rest of the
foods
crusade?
in Lidl near me. And
Dying.
whilst I was mostly disappointed with their selection, they did have some
No sign of Tyria.
what do you call it?
Horde forces.
The shortbread that has caramel and then a layer of chocolate on the top. I think it's called Millionaire Shortbread. But they had some of that, which was very nice. Actually, the shortbread, Millionaire Cake. Yeah, there we go. The shortbread was not incredible. The shortbread, by my take, was too dusty. It was like too fine. It didn't have any crunch to it. But the caramel was good. The chocolate was good. Could have done with a slightly thicker layer of chocolate, but overall, not bad, not bad. Something I haven't had for a while anyway, so I approved.
There were so many of them.
I am in your debt.
Right, 14%. Apparently I'm by myself all of a sudden. Oh shit, what button was that? Arcane Pulse, 3-minute cooldown. Deal 15 arcane damage to nearby enemies and reduce their movement speed. That actually needs to go there.
Thank you for your aid. We must find Tyrion.
This is a very weird event to start off on from a leveling perspective, because nothing's giving me any experience. I can't, it's like throwing me straight into a scenario like this. I get it, right? But I get it. But this is another one of those kind of why I question if Blizzard could really revisit leveling. Like I said, I'm not going for like speed records right now. But it's kind of a bit jarring the fact that I'm getting 6 experience for killing stuff.
It's good to see a friendly face.
I thought this was skippable. I mean, it might very well be. But it might also be that I've never done it from the Horde perspective. Because I was long-term Alliance for life until Dragonflight. But I don't know.
I am singed, but I can
82%. It's kind of doing it for me either way.
They be retreated!
This was too easy. Something's wrong.
Something's wrong.
There, across the chasm, Gul'dan. He has Tyrion. All the horde, get to throw!
Hollowback Girl doesn't really. Gwen
Anyone have
Stefani
any
doesn't
ideas
really
how
fit
we're
with the
going to get
content at the
across this
moment.
thing?
But the tune's almost over. I suddenly realised what Spotify was playing. I was like, hang on. Something doesn't feel right here. I don't know, maybe it works for you guys, I don't know. Right, at this pace, it's only going to take us 4 hours and 42 minutes to ding level 11. I hope we get a big chunk of experience at the end of this scenario. Oh no, what are you doing over there, fella? Linkin Park before, kind of fitting, killing demons. True.
Tyrion!
Gul'dan, you will pay for this.
Stay back. It's a trap. The light will protect me.
You fool! You stand before the temple of a god.
The comparison between this and the WoD Garrison intro. The WoD Garrison intro is probably one of the best experience per minute events that you can do in the game whilst leveling. Most leveling guides out there, I think, basically tell you at some point to go and do the Garrison intro.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Number Seal, thank you very much for the 11 months now. Appreciate that. Appreciate the sub. Thank you.
Forging!
No!
All you have worked for, all you have sacrificed.
Only song that fits killing demons is Black Sabbath. Black Sabbath definitely works. Get a bit of Aussie on the go.
One by one. Destroy them. You will know fear.
Monsters from the Fellfire! Horde forces, be ready!
Pew pew.
He's heading your way, Windrunner.
Let's go, Horde! It's time to show the Alliance how we slay demons! All yours, Alliance.
We've got him this time. All forces.
Where's he going?
concentrate your
Stop
fire.
running away.
You've got another shot at the kill, Sylvanas.
Consider your job
Right, the ads
done.
die faster than I can get a cast off, so... And now he's dead.
No time to gloat, Rin. We've got to stop Gul'dan before he summons another one of those things. We'll take the ridge and cover your flank.
I don't remember seeing the option to skip this. I probably would have done if I saw it. It's another scenario of the fact that I probably don't pay anywhere near enough attention to quest text. In fact, I guarantee I do not spend anywhere near enough time looking at quest text. Zygo obviously is skipping most of it for me anyway, but when it presents an option, it should still give me the option.
You are right, human.
Bit nostalgia kick anyway. I've probably not done this since Legion was like fresh out anyway, which flipping hell, how long was that ago now? Like 6 years or something? No, probably longer. When did Legion launch? Because we've had,
Behind us. Another portal.
for sake of maths, let's call it 2 years of Dragonflight. We had 2 years of Shadowlands, 2 years of BFA,
We hold them all.
and then to get back to the beginning of Legion, 2 years of it. My God, is this nearly 8 years old? All my days.
We will never fall to you, Gul'dan.
2016. Yeah. Flip it now.
Today.
Less chatting, Rin. Kill
That's
him.
crazy when you think about it. That even people that started playing in Legion are like have nearly played World of Warcraft for half its life.
Like 10,000 worlds before.
That's wild.
The Legion is endless.
I still think of Legion as like yesterday's expansion. That's real boomer, isn't it? That's very boomer.
Hold Bane back to my position.
Right, I can't get a flipping cast off here. Legion is still like yesterday's expansion, but it's 2016. Oh dear. Now, as much as I think it's just being boomer, I equally think that COVID has a lot to do with this. There's 2 entire years that are just a mush for me. And this comes from somebody that doesn't particularly leave the house anyway. Time stopped in 2020. I mean, that's literally how it feels for me. And I think many others are the same. Aha. Finito. I started playing in 2004. I don't, when did, well, I mean, I technically had my account in vanilla. To say I started playing in vanilla is a bit of a lie, though. I had my account, but I wasn't actively playing, per se. I didn't really start playing properly till Burning Crusade. But, I mean, you know, at this point, that's kind of splitting hairs, isn't it, over when I started. So whatever year that was. Hearth to the Nighthold. I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust you, Zygo. But I think that's only to prevent me having to run all the way back to Warcraft, isn't it? Is this one of those smart Zygo pathing things? Bit of Manthis stream before sleeping. I'll take that as a compliment. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm sure it was meant as one. Yay, let's watch some Manthis and fall asleep too. I don't mind people being people's NyQuil. Ah, Team Australia represent though. Okay, fair play. Yeah, you should probably be in bed by now. Probably take a snooze. Do I listen to audiobooks? No. No. I'm unfortunately I fall into similar habits as many people nowadays. I will get into bed and then I'll flick through Reddit and TikTok and stuff that you probably shouldn't be consuming before bed.
No rest. From Ka, without honor, we have nothing.
Something like doom scrolling, yeah, pretty much. That's practically it. Bit of doom scrolling for sure. You do have a calming demeanor. Do I? I've always, now obviously when you first start doing content creation, a lot of people go through that kind of like, oh my god, I have to listen to my own voice thing. I've always known that I don't, or at least I don't believe I have like much of a soothing, calming demeanor, honestly. I tend to think my voice is a bit scratchy and a bit sharp, but maybe I don't know, maybe it's a dialect thing. I mean, at least I'm not like, I don't believe my accent is too thick, but I think my voice generally is a bit raspy, a bit scratchy. Some streamers are so manic and obnoxious though. I try not to be either of those. Depends what we're playing, though. Playing things like, Deep Rock Galactic, for example, the excitement level is usually on a touch higher. What is this party going on with all the raptors? Genuinely don't remember any of this. Pledge myself to Sylvanas. Ooh, it's a bit risky business, that, isn't it?
What are we, if not slaves to this torment? What joy is there in
Not
this
so much.
curse?
Not so much a
We are the
party.
Forsaken.
Hey, every
We will
good funeral
slaughter
comes with a
anyone who
party.
stands in our
That's the
way.
best part of a funeral, the wake.
My life is dedicated to destroy
Good opportunity to see
Burning
your
Legion.
relatives that you've not seen for 15 years drink substantially more than they should do.
Azeroth must not.
Show me proof. Okay, you got 2 shot. This is a tag thing situation then, I think. Friend of mine also streams. We tend to be on Discord together a lot, and yeah, hearing my own voice is so weird. And my laugh, yikes. It's weird for me in a way, because I've over the years got very, very, very used to hearing my own voice. My own laugh is a different one though. Only because it's kind of odd, because my brother has the identical laugh as me. And it's kind of quite weird when I hear my own laugh, as I'm like, is that actually even me? That's the only strange thing about it. Otherwise, I couldn't really care less about hearing my own voice nowadays. Although I don't have monitoring on, I don't hear my own voice when I stream. It's just from editing YouTube content and stuff. Level 11 in 5 hours. Do you want a boost? No, we're good for now. We're good for now. Yeah, we are really pumping the XP though. We are going for it. Speak with somebody somewhere else. It's got me stuck in combat somehow. Can I get out of combat, please, game? There we go. No, still stuck in combat somehow. Alright, let's just run. Apparently it's going to keep us in combat. Uninstalled Instagram 2 weeks ago, which I used to doom scroll in bed. These days I feel empty waiting to fall asleep. I see. The only difference for me is that I'm often going to bed way before I am tired, because I'm a bit of a night owl historically. Yet for the most part I try and stick to my wife's schedule. So hence I will get up with her in the morning. We sort the dogs together, do breakfast and whatever. She then starts work. I come over to the studio, prepare the stream, get coffee, so on and so on. Yeah, I am way more of a night owl. So she'll be in bed by she's in bed mostly by midnight. If I try to go to bed at midnight, my brain is just like, yeah, no, this isn't happening. And if I just try and close my eyes and go to sleep, nothing happens. So I tend to have to, weirdly, and I don't necessarily think this is particularly healthy, I kind of will just scroll through Instagram or TikTok or something, just purely to almost to bore my brain deliberately. Oh, hang on, I'm going to get squished. To bore my brain deliberately into fooling itself to go to sleep. Because given the choice, I probably wouldn't go to bed till like 2, 3. That's kind of always been my habit, my routine. I don't know why.
Azeroth must...
Dalaran is under siege, hero. The Legion intends to knock us out of the sky. Meet me in Dalaran over Dead Wind Pass. I have a plan. A horribly dangerous plan. But a
Back
plan
down this
nonetheless.
way. Can I jump down here? Oh, there's the lift anyway. Yeah, we've timed this session 51 minutes. At this rate, leveling in 1 hour 7 minutes. Let's hope it's a touch faster once we actually get into the leveling. We'll go out this way. No amount of heirloom bonus EXP is going to fix this problem. Here's to thinking. Is it worth maybe slinging myself some bags and whatever whilst we're here? 1 gold isn't going to buy me many bags nowadays, is it? 1 gold isn't going to buy me many bags. Maybe I should send myself some starting capital and just get some bags and stuff on the go. Let's take a quick pause on this dude. Let's fix that problem. Who's lingering near... Okay, you're probably near the auction house. Don't have a bag maker? Oh, there's no point making bags. Honestly, it's quicker to buy them off the auction house. It's not like there's a huge markup on bags. Grab some bags. That glyph, what was that? Somebody told me earlier what that glyph was. I should probably grab that glyph as well for the warlock to put the soul shards above his head. Hello, frames. Would love some frames. Apparently I'm not allowed frames.
Cha-ching!
Right, let's grab a couple of bags then. Containers, bags, go. Slots, that one. 4 of those. 2, 3, 4. What was that glyph called? Floating shards, nice. Your soul shards float above your head. Clever.
Oh, you drive a hard bargain.
Oh my god, please do not look at my bags. Miss Bob, 1, 2, 3, 4, and a thing, and... yeah. Some spending gold. Reagent bag? No, for leveling I'll keep it all in one. For leveling I'll just keep it all in one. Excited for the secret patch this week. More anxious about it than anything else, weirdly. Considering Blizzard themselves have proclaimed it to be a risk, I just hope it's good. I just hope it's something good. Not a bad weekly allowance. It'll probably just sit there. I probably won't have any need to spend it. I do hope 10.2.6 is something interesting, though. And I don't even particularly care if it's something that I think is any good or not. Other than I just absolutely hope that there is actually some gameplay involved in it. One of my greatest frustrations, which we spoke quite a lot about earlier, is that Blizzard will often hide the fact that there is no actual gameplay to a piece of content behind some fancy rewards that people want. And so people do the thing and are then seemingly oblivious to the fact that there isn't actually any gameplay involved in it whatsoever. E.g., dream walking, e.g., you're too low level to use that? Oh god, I need to be level 11. I'm just really hoping there is actually some general gameplay, something for people to do. Now, the fact that their approach with it is that they are trying to bring people in from Classic and bring people in from Season of Discovery with this event in 10.2.6 gives me the illusion that there is at least something to do with it that might be interesting for players to do. But if it's just another Mage Tower or just another Brawlers Guild, I'll be a bit sad, is the truth.
The eternal sun guides us.
I hope they're not just rehashing something they've done before. Something new, something to actually play. Like I said, I don't even particularly care if it's something I personally find enjoyable. I just hope it's something new. Because players of World of Warcraft are desperate for something new to do. Rehash variations of Classic every 6 months is cool and all, but it's not anything actually new to do. Because if you played Classic way back when, it's probably not all that much different. Season of Discovery Phase 1 was new enough for it to be interesting to redo it again. You're redoing the core concept, but then there's twists. There was enough twists with Phase 1 of Season of Discovery. Phase 2, they've let themselves down by it's just Classic. And it's just one of the grossest bits of Classic.
Knowledge is power.
Being the 25 to 40 grind in vanilla was horrible, because all you actually wanted was to hit 40 so you could get your mount and do it faster. That's really all you wanted.
Today is the day we
I've heard Max talking about it, and even he's hyping it, so I'm guessing it's going to be something. I don't know where this rumor comes from that Max knows anything. Sure, he's the guild master of, one of the arguably the most successful guilds in the game right now. But I don't think there's any indication that he knows anything that anybody else knows. I'm not convinced that content creators have. I'm not convinced that content creators have literally been told anything. I think it's just somehow became a bit of a meme. He's probably in the exact same boat. The top guilds, Liquid, Echo, Method, whoever else, they're probably somewhat frustrated that they don't have a Season 4 to do Race to World First stuff with. Because that's how they make money. So of course he's going to hype the crap out of anything else as it's an opportunity to draw attention. It's a marketing thing. Just as much for Max as it is anything else, I would imagine. Yeah, I mean, being close to WoW devs, anybody can be close to WoW devs. I don't know. I'm not convinced he knows anything. Are we not meant to be waiting for... You come in? There you are. There you are.
The Council of the Black Harvest requests
Probably just a reskinned island expeditions with Brawlers Guild baked in. I hope it's not reskinned anything. I really, really hope it's not reskinned anything. For a while, I had a hope that it's like a Vampire Survivors but with Pirates crossover mini event, similar to how we had flipping out, what was it called? Plants vs Zombies way back in the day. But the fact that they've now claimed it's a limited time event makes me think it's probably not. My voice is broken. Let me go grab a drink. Hang on. Usually there's a rather strict non-disclosure agreement anyway, so the devs would be risking their jobs literally saying anything, no matter how close the person is. I mean, yeah, I'm not strictly convinced that any content creator out there particularly knows anything. I don't know why they would. What? How do we get down? Oh, do we actually take the gate portal? Oops, okay.
What? The sixth is here. Let us begin. Zelifrax will lead us in the ritual. You have studied the rites, gnome.
Yeah, don't worry about me, hothead. I know what needs to be done.
Either way, we'll find out tomorrow/Wednesday. And I'm quite sure it'll keep us busy for a couple of days at the very least. If it's a new feature, they may have asked for feedback from some of their top players. Maybe. Maybe. But I don't think a company of Blizzard's size really needs that sort of feedback, honestly. It would have been play tested and QA'd internally, you'd hope. It's half that hopium. Who knows?
Your power is impressive, Warlock. The ritual begins.
It's a big old summoning portal. Didn't they fire most of their Q&A? Yeah, and that. I don't know. We'll find out soon enough. Hopping on the hype train is cool, but I also want, you know, I personally would like to temper expectations a little bit. It's 10.2.6, you know, it's really not, it's a nothing patch under most circumstances.
Or was it Telos? I'm always mixing those up.
Just give us warbands now? I mean, that would be funny, wouldn't it? If they turn around and go, ta-da! I doubt they would, but it would be cool. Oh, hello. You're a big fella. I think it's cool they're trying something new. Blizzard became too formulaic after Legion through till Shadowlands. Yeah, I agree with formulaic for sure. Yes. I mean, it's, you can kind of argue the formula's been the same almost forever. But every patch is slowly but surely starting to feel identical to the patch that it came after, you know. One of my biggest complaints about 10.2 was it was literally 10.1 copy-paste. Like, my very, very, very first impression of 10.2, testing it on the PTR, was this is great, but it's 10.1 with a green lick of paint. That's literally all it was. The formula for 10.2 was identical to that of 10.1. And you can extrapolate from that most patches have basically had the same formula. There's nothing to say, you know, it's not just a copy-paste of Brawler's Guild, though. Considering the only new thing that we suspect they've done so far is just not tell us what it is and not allow anybody to preview it and test it before it goes live. That's the only new thing they've actually, at least as far as we're aware so far, the only new thing they definitely have done is just not tell us what it is. To expect it to be anything revolutionary just on the basis of the fact that they haven't told us, I worry is a stretch. I think there's still the worry that it could just be, you know, another thing in the same formula that they just haven't told us. That's the only difference, that they're like, oh, well, we don't want people to test it. We want it to be a quote-unquote secret.
No one escapes my cells.
But, yeah, we'll find out. Like I said, I'm, oh, hello, we don't have a pet out. Wow, does this thing want to take any longer to summon? Oh, by the time I summoned my pet, he was dead. Ha! Lol. Sure. We should probably have Voidy Boy out anyway, shouldn't we? You're killing my buzz now. Sorry, I don't mean to, you know, piss on anybody's chips. I just try to be a touch more realistic and not get too carried away with the hype. I'm, like I said, I really hope it's something good. Really hope it's something good that we can get our teeth in that lasts us at least a couple of weeks. Especially considering Dragonflight has been very safe. Very, very, very safe. Super duper mega safe.
Calidus is servant to the cruel Juggernaut. He abuses and mocks poor Calidus. But you could be his undoing.
I predict some bugs, some scaling issues when I try and do... when more than one try and do the event, followed by zone lag. I mean, you know, I'm open-minded. But I'm also trying to be very, very careful that I don't get so heavy on the hype train that I'm then utterly disappointed with whatever it is. If I expect nothing, I can't be disappointed realistically. I don't need any pet right now because I literally one-shot things.
Yes? I was nearly food for the hounds. Thank you.
This demo, you want to play Felguard anyway? Do I not need Voidy Boy to do some tanking for me? Maybe I need Felguard. Like I said, at the moment I can't not one-shot something, so level scaling is clearly still kicking in pretty hard.
Silence cannot last forever, Warden.
Frustration is directly proportional to expectation. This is why I think it's super duper mega risky for Blizzard to both not tell us anything about it, but also hype it up. Because that only amplifies and doubles the hype train. That only doubles people's expectations. It's like when somebody turns around to you and is like, oh, I've got a secret, but I can't tell you what the secret is. All of a sudden you think it's like the biggest and best thing ever, and then it turns out to be something completely flat. You know?
I thought your kind knew how
it's
pathetic.
It's very difficult to tell somebody that you have a secret that you're not going to tell them what it is, and then ever meet whatever the expectations of that person could ever be. Do you even have anything but the Void Walker? Well, apparently I have my Imp, I have my Void Walker, and I have my Felguard. So I have the choice, apparently.
Where is Ritson?
I could summon Felguard. Should we get Felguard out? Like I said, at the moment, level scaling is still kicking in so aggressively. I just one-shot everything anyway.
Yes. Fine, stubborn Worgen. Escape shall be our
And he's a bit
first priority.
tiddly.
But if the opportunity to enslave the demon presents itself, I say we take it.
Then it's decided. Let's keep moving.
See? Stuff just dies. Just by the time I've cast one shadow bolt on it, it's dead.
This way! Over here!
What is this miserable creature?
I can safely say that leveling through Legion is not a particularly fast start. Slow and steady wins the race, right? We've been level 10 for 1 hour 7 minutes. I think it's quicker to level on Classic.
Slow down, Shinfel. How do we know we can trust this thing?
You must trust Calidus. Come to the archives. It's not far.
I don't know.
Maybe I should just use Drain Life on the basis that it's insta-cast. Okay, this dude's got more than 10 health, so maybe we can actually drop a bomb on him. Oh, no, okay. Stuff still just dies. I would like to point out, this is actually without even using heirlooms. If I was using heirlooms, like, maybe Drain Life would just kill things in 2 dots. It's a bit weird. Oh, there we go. Now we can click it.
Insolent wretches! Did you think you could escape my grasp so easily?
He's angry. He's not happy.
Haughty warlocks! You presume to issue commands to my kind? Face the consequences for your insolence!
Oh, she dead. Where did you go?
I will
You dead.
smash you like the insignificant gnats you are! Burn! Burn!
I don't think Blizzard hyped up 10.26. People did it themselves. Oh no. If you spent more than half a minute on Twitter, there's been certain devs that have been hyping it on Twitter for flipping months. Plus, let's not forget there's a big skull and crossbones on the timeline with no information about it. That's, of course, going to lead to questions being asked. By proxy of telling people that it's a thing is enough in my books for them to... Because what do they expect people to do, right? What did they possibly expect? Of course people are going to start questioning what it is. Where are we going? Have we got to run around here, do we? Including Holly Longdale. Yeah, Holly's been hyping it on Twitter. Like, a bunch of the devs have. Now, obviously, I know everybody's not on Twitter, but you know, it's earned media at the end of the day.
Press on, Warlock. Close the portal.
All the flag memes and pirate stuff, and yeah, flipping everybody. Like I said, they've taken the art of not saying anything while still saying something to a new level with this one, I think.
I will see the end of you.
Announcements for announcements is is kind of the way I feel about it. Can you imagine if they actually turned around and said, "Here, we pirated Final Fantasy for you to play, risky as promised." Straight knockoff.
He cannot pursue us here. Calidus is ready to serve. We must find the weapon so the Juggernaut can be defeated. The book is the key.
Pursue artifact weapons. Demonology. Flipping, couldn't say words then, could I? I think I did this way back in the day. But let's go demo then.
Yes, friend?
Ding! We leveled! Finally! Level 11! Fastest level ever. Which artifact did I choose? Demo. Ritual reagents. Let's go. Hey up, new talent point. New talent points. Well, there's only one place this is going, right? Dreadstalkers. Summon 2 ferocious Dreadstalkers to attack the target for 12 seconds. Takes 2 soul shards. 2-second cast time. And over this neck of the woods, Zygor's suggested talents. Let's take a point in here. Your next Imp, Voidwalker, Incubus, Succubus, Fellhunter, Felguard summon spell is free and has its casting time reduced by 90%. Sure, we're not going to really do that very often, I don't care. Increases your movement speed by 50%, but also damages you for 4% of your maximum health every 1 second. Movement impairing effects may not reduce you below 100% of normal movement speed. Lasts until cancelled. Okay. When Soul Leech absorbs damage, 5% of the damage taken is absorbed and spread out. Reduces damage taken by 1.5%. Armor, boring. Your Soul Leech absorption now passively recharges at a rate of something. Wow, these are all really boring. I guess we just go Burning Rush. Right, cool Dreadstalkers. 2 soul shards, 20-second cooldown. I'm going to make a few twists here. Corruption I don't think I'm ever going to really use. I'm going to put you out the way for a minute. Dotting stuff up on a 2-second cast. No thank you. Let's shuffle these over a little bit. Because I reckon that can go on 4. Burning Rush. It's probably something I just want to toggle on and off, right? Was that Zygor with the plus numbers? Yeah, Zygor also does a suggested path, telling you where it suggests you put points into. I can just straight up select Zygor's suggested build, or I can show it suggestions. So I can sway from it if I choose. Obviously, there's also the starter build if you just want, you know, the game's default suggestions. Felguard. If they really hyped it up, people's expectations will go through the roof. I think they've already done that. I think they've clearly already done that. I think they're going to have the biggest turnout for a 0.6 patch in history with this event dropping tomorrow. Or the alternative will be is that it flops so goddamn hard. Carefully obtain a small blood sample. Okay. I mean, we can hope not. Like I said, I have every hope that they can do something good with it. That it's something worthwhile, the effort and the people's speculations. Can of overheated oil, yoink. Some grave dust. Outside between the buildings. Back round here. The fact that a starter build exists proves that talents are too complicated and there's too many of them. Yeah, that's one of those where there's so many people in complete opposite camps that it proves to be a very difficult solution to solve. It's like balance, right? I tend to genuinely believe that there's no such thing as balance. I mean, I'm not talking about the druid spec here. You know, like class balance, there's no such thing to it. Like, when you tweak one number up and, you know, one number goes up, one number goes down, it's not really balanced in any way, shape or form. And I think it's kind of the same with talents, really. Which is why they seem to just flip-flop. They flip-flop between 2 different options, right? We've had these now for an expansion. And now people think this is too much like hard work, and we're going to get like some bonus little talents for the next expansion. And then the expansion after that, they'll homogenize it all down and smush it all down even further. And then the expansion after that, we'll go back to just flipping 3 rows of stuff. It's difficult because some people want talents and they want to be able to customize and stuff like that. And then some people just don't want any of that business. They want 4 buttons to press and it's GG. I would rather focus on the encounters. I must admit, don't care for any of this. Like, for the most part, I don't care for any of this. And for 2 reasons. One, it's just too much like hard work. Secondly, I don't think it really makes a blind bit of difference. Most of the time, you're probably going to focus on one capstone or, you know, a couple of capstone talents, and you do whatever you do to get there. And there's a subtle bit of variancy. Maybe you want a bit of movement speed, or you want a bit of like health regen or something. But I don't think it's it doesn't bother me. I guess the only way I can describe it is I really don't get that interested by it all. For a slot this style of talents should have been implemented at the same time as them doing a proper redo of the leveling experience. I think this, I mean, admittedly, they can't do everything at once, or they so claim they can't do everything at once, but I think the better solution would have been to have given us detailed talents at the same time as we would have had a new useful leveling experience. By the time that they choose to redo leveling to make it mean something again, we will have had this style for too long, and it will have been added on and tacked on to too many times. Because let's look at it from the perspective of any like brand new MMO. Brand new MMO, when you're leveling up for the first time and when you're looking at your builds and you're actually paying attention to the talents, it means something. It's part of the gameplay. It's worthwhile. Giving us these now, it's kind of pointless when you can go from top to bottom, fill them out in 4, you know, you've got a max level character in 4 hours, GG well played. And you just wait for some sweat on the internet to have done it for you, and then you just plug in the numbers. Wait for somebody else to figure out the optimal build, and off you go. It's not worth you spending time figuring it out, honestly.
Do you need a hand? Because I don't have one. Fine then. Come to Fell Soul Hold if you truly believe you can free me. But if you're not up for the challenge, you'll be joining me in eternal torment.
Just give me the abilities anyway. Frankly, talents are basically irrelevant. At a medium level, the only thing they do is mean that I have to spend the first 2 hours of a new class researching them. There's way too many to consider in my head. Some people like to tinker. This is the thing. This is why I think the starter builds that they put in is probably the best plan of action, because the people who like to tinker can tinker. And if you don't want to tinker, you just want to be able to pick up a class and play it reasonably well, a starter build will be absolutely fine.
There you are.
It still applies the same concepts as before. You know, you can pick and choose a path through this which predominantly gives you passive shit. And that's always been Blizzard's philosophy with talents. They want to give a viable build with as few buttons as possible, which is just selecting everything that's passive, that you don't have to think about, it just happens. And then, if you want, you can start adding some buttons on top of it. They've just made it look fancy, I think. And I think those looks can be deceiving.
An intruder! I must warn the others!
Look at the druid tree. It requires so many abilities in order to just take kick. I couldn't quote the druid tree off the top of my head, but I am aware that that's a concern, yeah. That many players are finding that, well, I have to take this, this, and this ability to get this ability. Which in often cases will lead to a more convoluted or more complicated rotation to play your class effectively just because you wanted, you know, a utility button. Which is a bit odd. Is a bit odd. But that's kind of like, you know, in a way that's kind of your like, well, is that utility button so much of a utility for you at that point? I don't know. But this is where people's expectations of how classes and the game plays are different. Like I said, some people love that tinkering. Some people want maximum control over how their class plays at any given minute. And some people love that tinker. Some people, on the other hand, would much rather have 4 buttons that they know their rotation off by heart. That's very simple, very straightforward. Press 1, then 2, then 3, and then 4 on cooldown. But then they can focus on like their movement and what else is going on and all that sort of stuff. Some people just like it from a different perspective. I definitely fall into the latter. I can't be doing with all of the tinkering all the time. I would much rather have a simpler build to play, and then, you know, the learning experience for me is figuring out what the mechanics are, what the boss does, what to not stand in to stay alive, this sort of stuff. But then again, I know categorically that I am by no means like fancy. What? Hello? Sure. Oh. Well, fuck you then, game. The hell? I mean, I think I've just proven it there, haven't I? What that Christ on a bicycle went on there? Use your demonic gateway ability to cross the barrier. Oops. Maybe I should have done that. Have I even put that on my bars yet? Summons a demonic circle for 15 minutes. Teleport to its location, remove all movement slowing effects. Actually, let's not put those there. They're dangerous positions to put those. Let's just put these up here for now. Get slapped, clearly. You ever got the unique head transmog from doing the invasion? Absolutely no clue. No clue whatsoever. Oh, gateway, not circle? What? I assumed it was those based upon the fact that they were the only items that I didn't have on my bars, apparently. Am I being dumb? Am I meant to have an ability that I don't have? Oh. It's a random button up there. Okay. Is this maybe because I'm not actually meant to have that ability yet? Okay, sure. That's intuitive.
Do you hear me, mortal? Mephistroth imprisoned me at the far side of the valley. Hurry, I sense he is preparing for something significant.
Playtime's over, mortal!
This one you can only get whilst doing the Legion invasion. It's unique because of the way a plate wearer can wear a cloth helmet. Oh, I see. Mad season video on it?
As the treasure you fight so hard to obtain is broken to my will.
Curse you! I will not give in!
Right, let's get through here. Ouch! I got squished. Why is my Felmgard fella so small? Does he get big once? Does he get big at any point, or is he going to be tiddly forever? Why is he so tiddly? He's not very menacing, is he? He's not very menacing. He grows as you level. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, he's not what I would consider menacing.
I grow tired of your enjoy your victory while
oh, he's dead already.
Warlock.
Okay.
This isn't over between us. It has only
Boom, there we go. Skull of Minari.
Freedom! The feeling is sweet, but Mephistroth's magic has diminished my power. Let's depart this place before the Dreadlord is able to return.
Artifact weapon. Check. Did you remember to use your level 11 glyph that you bought? No, I probably didn't, did I? Well reminded. Boom, there we go. Nice. Oh, no, wait. Oh, flipping hell. That's also not great on there. Let's move these buttons out of the way. Did you put on the heirloom gear that you paid a lot for? I didn't even bother putting on heirloom gear. If I had rested experience, it might be worth, but I wanted to see what the experience is like without heirlooms on. And unironically, I'm still one-shotting absolutely everything at the moment, so I'm not bothered. So the answer is no, I didn't. I could and I should have done, but I didn't. I know, it doesn't make any sense. A lot of what I do doesn't make sense.
So, the little warlock returns. You're too late.
At least fill the empty slots.
They have the honor of amusing my lord, Mephistroth.
I like a challenge.
He will be pleased to receive yet another gift, and I will happily deliver you to him.
Come on, let me kill him.
Come, Warlock, you will be broken. This power you
1.4 million, was it? That was in Shadowlands, let's not forget. They've upgraded the heirlooms since. I, in theory, could probably spend that again if I wanted to actually upgrade them all to level 70, which I haven't bothered doing. It's, yeah, solo self-found leveling, let's go. Give me the heart. Yoink. Solo self-found apart from the bags and the glyph. And the small 100k loan. Yeah. Hey, look. We make our own rules here. We make it up as we go along. Just like Blizzard and Season of Discovery. We make it up as we go along. It's called winging it professionally.
So, mortal, you have slain one of my generals. Savor your victory while you can. Mortal.
Savor your victory.
This war is far from over. We will meet again.
Friend, the Dread Sky
friend.
Come to serve
Demon friend.
Your command. Yes, friend?
Dang, moving up in the world. Level 12, we're flying now, boys and girls. Actually flying. New talent point. Reduce the damage dealt by Burning Rush by 25%. Burning Rush increases your movement speed by an additional... Yeah, we'll go movement speed. Yoink. I've not been using it either, have I? What button did I put it on? F1. Whee! Turn it on, turn it off. Okay, cool. I quite like that ability, you know, that's clever. Movement speed by 55%, but damages me for 3%. Cool. Odds on dying. Can we do a hop, or are we going to die? Oh my god, if we fall in the void, we're dead. Okay, we're good. We're good. We got this. Calculated. Calculated. Never any worry. Never any worry. We're all good. Ooh, okay, we're all good. Resurrect. Didn't think we had a resurrection spell.
I live. It seems not even a pit lord can keep you down, Warlock. But what of the rest of the council? Make it quick. Come, let us plan the future of our order.
Where the hell is this bar come from on the top of my screen? Is this part of the in-game UI now? Due to being in the class order hall? If it is, that's new. Or should I say, new to me. Stupid, useless class order hall bar. Oh, okay. So it is a thing. Which actually goes as far as to cover my buffs. Thanks for that game. Well done. Good job there. Good job. On the mission table around here somewhere. It's only been there since 2016. Ah, new to me then. New to this old soul. Right, where are we going then? Where are we going? I mean, if I remember right, it doesn't matter, but where are we going? You're choosing the zone you wish to do quests in first. Pick whichever you like, it doesn't matter. Clockwise? Should we just do clockwise? Clockwise works. We'll go Azuna.
I've no time for trivia. One more thing, Warlock. With our members scattered in a dread...
Zuna feels like the real starting zone, in my opinion. Yeah, I've always thought that. It makes sense. BlizzCon Bear or Zongjin Tiger? Probably BlizzCon Bear. If I had to choose. What do you want? What do you want? Mutual fend. We'll do that in a minute. Do we need anything else before we head out? I don't think we do we really?
There you are.
Howdy, Khadgar.
Let me know when you are ready.
What are you saying? Let's go. We're off. Time to fly, time to pee. Back in 2.
I prefer using the great staff Atiesh's raven form. Nothing's worse than saddle sores. The demon hunters have set up camp on the far side of the island. Perhaps they can help us locate the Pillar of Creation. Look there. Naga forces. We have competition from Queen Ajara herself. She must also be after the Pillar of Creation. This is unexpected. Breathtaking. Imagine all the arcane knowledge lost to the ages here. There, the Illidari. And the Burning Legion is here too.
Alrighty. Right. Let's go, Khadgar. Let's get this.
Hurry.
Let's do it.
The Illidari are about to be overrun.
Flight path. That's a good start.
My life is dedicated to destroy.
I remember this zone. I remember this.
Archmage Khadgar, a nice weapon you have there. Speak with Jason Alari if you'd like to help.
Is killing rares and Legion worth? Was Legion one of the expansions where killing rares is just pointless? I'm quite sure it is. I might be wrong. Oh, me Void, me Felguard's not home. Me Felguard's not home again. Oh, good, we don't one-shot things now. Nice. Right, let's grab you out. Aha, nice. We can actually press some buttons now. Feels like we're playing, finally.
Didn't even try.
Do you have the toys for the exploration and the flight paths? Yes. Yes, I do. The heirloom maps, yes. Scouting map of Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor. Outlands, Draenor, Shadowlands, Northrend, Broken Isles. Ta-da! Beautiful. Well reminded. Oh, trap souls. Oops. I knew I forgot to do something. Grab a few more. This is maybe where dotting stuff up would be handy, but... this is fun all the same.
Salt the earth, boil their seas.
5.
Dare attack us here?
Got to be 8, surely. Yeah, there we go. Why? Where's that? Where's that? Why have they got no? They've just gone black all of a sudden. What?
Do not give in to the power.
Hey, epic upgrade. Hello. First epic at level 12. Go on. No heirlooms either? Nah, I don't need them. I know I should. I know. I have them. I'm just choosing not to use them.
Lord Illidan knows the way.
It's been a while since I've leveled through Legion content, so it might be a bit more fun to actually do more, you know, actually have to press 2 buttons. Half the reason I'm playing a Warlock from, you know, from level 1 again is purely to remind myself how the class plays more than anything. I could obviously just watch a YouTube guide and learn that way, but I tend to prefer learning by playing. Even if it's a slower process, I don't mind. It's not exactly as if I would consider anything challenging at this point. Famous last words before I die, obviously, but...
We are all that stands between the Legion and annihilation.
Another ring. Ding 13. Where are we going from here then? Demo point. We need all 3 of them. Which one do we want first? Demon Bolt. Send out a fiery soul of a fallen demon at the enemy, causing a bunch of shadow flame damage, and generates 2 soul shards. Demonic core. When your wild imps expend all of their energy or are imploded, you have a 10% chance to absorb their life essence, granting you a stack of demonic core. When your Dread Stalkers charge into battle, their Dreadbite attack now hits all targets within 8 yards and deals 10% more damage. Well, that sounds more fun. Feln Guard deals 20% more damage and takes 10% less damage. Okay, let's just make Fellboy do Fellboy things for now. That'll do.
My life, I will see to it.
I suspect from this point on, we kind of actually pick up levels faster than we can, like, know what we're doing with them, so...
Then we will wipe them out together.
Well, that's the plan. Feels odd being out here without the ability to fly, though.
You are no demon. Friend or foe?
Oh, but I've just thought, the second you get flying, do you not have access to dragon riding as well? Do you get dragon riding straight away? Surely you do, right?
Remember, nothing is more important than the Legion's destruction.
That's going to be a new twist, if that's the case. I think you need to be level 60 to Dragon Ride. Oh, do you? Maybe that's a change for the War Within then. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself here. Because dynamic flight is going to be default flight going forward, by my understanding. Limited understanding. I need to get into the habit of calling it dynamic flight as well.
Illidari, what happened here?
I didn't give in.
Is this just to fill the bar at this point? It feels like it.
I'll break your will.
Normal leveling, ew. I thought it would be worth a go.
They have all been tortured.
I don't do it very often. Thought it would be worth a go.
To me.
In a masochistic kind of way as well, we're also doing it through Legion, which I believe is historically very slow. I prefer this to Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. It's a fair point. That said, I haven't finished that yet. I think we got to Hazard 4 with that, didn't we? Still got Hazard 5 technically.
Release the hounds!
Release the hounds. At some point in Shadowlands, I leveled half an account worth of characters for Black Market and Auction House normally. Yeah, that would be a touch painful. See something interesting spawn, get to leveling and done by the time to bid. That's quite smart, actually. If you level fast enough, I suppose you probably can, can't you? I mean, to my understanding, if you just go for it, leveling wise, nowadays, you can probably hit level 70 in about 4 hours. Obviously, that's probably, you know, A, knowing what you're doing, and B, not messing about. And not doing Legion. This is a bit of a blast from the past for me, honestly. And, truth be told, I didn't want to dive too deep into any project per se, with 1026 turning up, like, in about 48 hours.
What did they do? What did the demons
Start simple, start straightforward, start stress-free. Plenty of time to do sweaty stuff later in the week. I would imagine, I hope. That's 4.
Who did this to you?
2 more. 2 more.
One tried to convince us to turn traitor. I heard screaming.
Is there one in there? There's one in there.
Azeroth must not fall.
Oh,
Did
bonus
anyone
one.
give in?
Genius.
Cyan.
I'll break your will.
My life is dedicated to destroying the burning beacon.
Right, I need to remember to fill this bar. I think we can pretty much fill this bar doing most things in this zone though, so I don't need to actually target it. Let's just go kill things. Do we have to kill you? Can we take you on? Should we give you a pew pew, see what happens? What could possibly go wrong? Okay. Apparently killing you is not problematic. Okay. Hey, it was worth loads of percent as well. Nice. He's a named mob though. Do we not have to kill him at some point? I think we do. I think there's a quest to kill him. I might have done goofed. Ha! Yeah, we do literally get levels faster than I know what to do with them. 1 point over here, 2 points in here. When Soul Leech absorbs damage, 5% of damage taken is absorbed and spread out over 5 seconds. Boring. Right, we'll take that because every time I need to summon something I want to cry. I'll put that up here. Right, I'm just going to run straight through these. What possible damage could these things do to me?
Quickly, we have to find the key to those demonic locks. You will soon be free, Drake.
Find a key? Isn't there a big dude? Oh, hello. Hello. What's going on here? Jailer, there we go. Key. Not the same jailer. Not that jailer.
Incinerate them.
Get the key. Let's get over there and free that Drake.
Got it. Ha! Stupid chauffeur. I need to take this off my favourite list. It's literally only there for levels 1 to 10, but after that, it's so stupid to use. It's not actually a favourite mount. It's just a useful one for a very short period of time. Is this AI Mantheus and the real ones on the ski slopes? Not till next week.
Lord, my thanks. Now I am going to finish. I have to find Stelegosa and Cyana Nightglaive. Meet me. Stelegosa, no! Come back! Damn.
Come, do your
That would be clever to figure out though, wouldn't it? That'd be clever to figure out if I could somehow magically figure out how to make a completely AI version of me. And then I can stream 24 hours a day. Is that considered stream botting? It's probably frowned upon, isn't it? How do we get up here? Don't kill her too quickly. Oh no, that doesn't sound like me. Allow Stelegosa to begin fighting her before you kill her, otherwise you won't be able to talk to Stelegosa after the fight for a free flight back to town. Oh, okay. Zygor giving me the lowdown. Roll a VTuber and just plug whatever set. Could be smart. Right, it said don't kill too fast.
I am more powerful than Cyana. Do not give in.
I think I'm just gonna kill.
You are nothing. I was
You're dead.
promised.
We got the trip back out anyway. Beautiful.
No one
Beautiful.
can be allowed to become a fell-sworn traitor.
How was weekend? Weekend was good, nice and chill, nice and relaxing. Didn't get to play many games over the weekend, but that I think is actually kind of smart. I play way too many games during the week, so taking Saturday, Sunday more casual is a smart move.
Them to regain their momentum, or the Broken Isles are lost.
Provides a good good reset for me, honestly. Just do reruns on Twitch, see if somebody notices. Why is he not answering my questions? Could be clever, that. Could be smart move.
Azeroth must not fall.
Oh, artifact relics. Boy, did I forget about those. Boy, did I forget about those. Emblem of the Dark Covenant, now just worth 25 gold. I don't even remember what that was. It's grey now, though.
If we do not meet again, die well.
Apparently just doesn't do anything. Straight up doesn't do anything.
Do not linger here too long. The Legion is attacking everywhere.
Right, new chapter to go. Boys and girls,
anyone
I'm going to leave it here for today, though. I'm, like I said, I'm trying to play it a little bit more casual at the beginning of the week. We've got 1026 turning up tomorrow if you're Team NA, and of course Wednesday if you're Team EU. And I suspect there'll be the week will end up being a little bit more end heavy with whatever 1026 provides us. So I'm keeping it a bit more chill for the first part of the week. Thank you all for joining today. We went through the economy blog. We gave our 2 cents on how the reward structure is being implemented, should we say. And we got a little bit of leveling done. We unlocked Miss Bob. We'll probably continue leveling Miss Bob from time to time. I'm intrigued to try and refresh my mind on how warlocks work, because I've had, for some reason, I don't know why, the desire to play a warlock for quite some time. So we'll fill the gaps with some warlock leveling. But thank you all for joining. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Make sure to come say hi over on the Discord if you're not there already. And have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.